Let's go.
indie gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
The regional Dota 2 series continues here in Europe. I'm Harry, joining me is the lovely Bowie, and we're going to be taking you through today's matches. We start off with Yellow Submarine versus NextUp, where we have two more great best of twos, Bowie. Rest Farmers are going to be playing MarsBet, and Nemiga are going to be playing Grin Esports. Though I saw there in the back of your camera a piano. Are you a musician, Bowie, as well?
I am. I used to have a band. I think we talked about this in
Yes, we did, but I didn't know that you were a pianist.
Yeah, I play, you know, sometimes I spend like years without playing, then I come back and I grind it out and then forget it exists. But now that it's close to my PC, I feel like I've been playing a bit more, so it's been fun.
Oh, so that's
usually
how
I just
goes.
hide it.
From
yeah,
one
like
keyboard
usually my
to
camera is like this, so you guys don't see it, but it is here.
Okay. Let's focus on Yellow Submarine versus NextUp. We have a definite favorite in this series, being Yellow Submarine, but can we write off NextUp?
I mean, obviously, writing off is a bit rough, and I feel like in Europe, all of these games are always very close. I think they could take one game. I would be impressed to see them taking two. Looking at the teams that they lost in this tournament, they did lose to teams that are doing relatively okay, right? They lost to MarsBet and Nemiga. I guess Grin is the only one that they lost that is also not doing as well. So I could see maybe an upset there, right? Maybe they got unlucky with the first seeds that they played, and Yellow Submarine, they aren't doing super hot, right? Usually they always do really well in the RES and 1xBet tournaments that we cast, but they are struggling a little bit this time.
I mean, they did take a game off of Rest Farmers. They beat MarsBet, which I could say are could be top 3, right? So I don't know. I feel like they're doing okay.
They're doing better than NextUp. Yeah, like I feel like I expected them to do a bit better, right? Maybe 2-0ing Nemiga and then 1-1 with. If they actually did that, they would already be top 3. But you're right. I think in general, they should be the favorites. I would say it's like a 70-30 for me. And I've been impressed ever since they changed offlaners, right? I think their old offlaner was Absolute Massive, right? And now they have this new Kazakhstan player that I cannot pronounce his name because it's only like kanjis. But they're looking way more solid.
Yep, let's go into their opponents. Let's go into NextUp, who unfortunately haven't really been having much success. They lost every single game thus far. I have to say it is not as one-sided as it was in Group A, where Havu lost every game. I feel like they have more to offer, especially ever since So Bad joined the roster. For me, he might be even the top position 5 here. He He's an insanely good player, played in some amazing teams. Of course, when you're added in the middle of the tournament, we can't really expect that he's going to be making all the difference in the world.
Of course, I like when you look at their players and their ranks, like they definitely have the talent to play at the highest level. It's really a question of, you know, finding a style that works for them, getting to know each other well, and those things take time, especially in a region as stacked as Europe is. But I feel like, you know, give them 6 months if they somehow are able to stick together, because, you know, it is a very ruthless environment. The tier 2 1.5 European Dota is just, you know, you lose a couple of tournaments and the pressure to find something better kind of piles up. But yeah, I hope that they do well, because I'm a big So Bad fan. I think Seven Jesu is underrated, honestly. Like, he's been around for a while and you don't really see him being talked about as much as I think he should.
Hasn't had success in
a
long while. I mean, he has been in the scene forever. I think he was in the scene 10 years ago and just hasn't had the success in recent years. So I'm guessing that's the reason. But hopefully in the future it is gonna get better for him. But we are in the draft. Anything in particular that you're expecting for us to see?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a big shift, I feel like, in terms of power rankings. Lashrak grew so much in the last week, so being a first phase ban here really doesn't impress me. The Primal Beast is another hero. When we were casting the one-win tournament, I was very... like, we saw a lot of amazing Primal Beast performances. I feel like the hero had like a 70% win rate in that tournament, just out of being picked in the first phase a lot of times. The hero is really strong. The Kunkka does surprise me a little bit. I feel like the hero, like, yes, the hero is very strong, but I've seen this hero be stomped in the lane a couple of times against some matchups. I feel like Morphling is one that I've seen, like, absolutely destroy Kunkka. He doesn't lose to a lot of lanes, but there's like 2 or 3 heroes right now that can definitely do it. And then the hero seems to struggle. You know, maybe wasn't like the best teams playing when I saw Kunkka lose, but I feel like the hero's strong. I'm not sure if it's first phase ban material, though. I feel like there's a lot of other heroes, especially the Drag Knight, that are still going through right now.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Kunkka. I feel like the hero is insanely powerful, though. When the meta starts shifting, so does that power dynamic shift. I feel like things have become a little bit more fast-paced, so you don't really have time to farm as much as you would want to. There's a Dragonite that you were mentioning. Disruptor is still in the pool, so NextUp could go that route. But you mentioned like Morphling versus a Kunkka. Remember the days when the Tirebreaker went through armor, and then he was the Morphling counter. You get one Daedalus, boom, bye-bye Morphling. That was
Shadow Blade Daedalus, just in a creep wave. Is dead. Yeah, those are the times. I kind of miss that Kunkka. I feel like we had enough of Water Park. I'm down for like Reckley Kunkka to being back, you know. I feel like that's definitely it's been fun. All right, let's tone it down a little bit. Let's bring back Reckley Kunkka, because, you know, Dota is like fashion. It comes in cycles, and I think I'm ready for some one-shot Kunkka. Like, that was so fun, man. The Rapier Kunkka was one of the coolest late game heroes you could like actually watch. Like, you were always like waiting for the crit, like, you know, it's gonna come, and then like you like you one-shot 2 heroes. It was so fun.
You can see that IceFrog is trying to get away from those one-shot situations, because back in the day you would just watch the Kunkka, right? But nowadays we're like, okay, it's 60 minutes into the game, let's see the tier 5 items. Oh, the enemy team died, what happened, right? Because we're not going to be following the Kunkka. There's so many other things that we need to follow as well. So maybe that's the idea, that it won't be that easy to follow. We might need like 3 observers, Bowie. I think that's the right approach.
That's the future. Yep. We need more slots. Need more slots in those lobbies, Val. Give us our 128 tick servers and more slots for the lobbies. Now, looking at the counters here, they actually take away the Slark, so that's probably signaling very hard that this DK is going to be offlane. What else would you remove in that case? Do you take away like a
Coddle, maybe?
King? Yeah, I like Coddle, especially the Batrider. I feel like it's very strong.
I wouldn't mind it, really. I mean, there's This is preference already. You might remove something that NextUp likes to play. It is gonna be the centaur that they get rid of. So you could start saying, oh, this is burst damage, magic burst damage, good versus the Dragonite, but I think it's just something they don't want to be playing against.
Yeah, I mean, I think Batrider Centaur is a really strong combo, right? Maybe not in the lane, although it's honestly pretty powerful. But Stampede Lasso is very strong. Like, you don't need a 4-staff. You can actually just take people out of positioning so well. And they will also remove the puck here. Okay.
They can't pick it, so just get rid of it.
Why they can't take? I guess they DK?
Versus Dragonite,
Yeah, you're right. So combinations with the Batrider we're seeing in lane. Darks here pops up from time to time, but it's pretty early. I think you can maybe 16, 17 your Darks here, but not right now. They're probably going to get a support here. The Disruptor I talked about, I honestly really like. It's a lot of magic damage into the DK. The hero seems so powerful now with the whole extra slow level 1. I like it a lot.
Yeah. Also, it's a deny pick, right? The Yellow Submarine would get it. Because it's a counter to the lasso. For people that don't know, you get a glimpse, the lasso breaks, and then suddenly you don't have your ulti. Sure, you stun somebody for a second before the glimpse comes into play.
You can also break your own lasso if the Disruptor glimpses someone that you lasso, so you have to be careful. But yeah. And I think, you know, with Slark out of the pool, I feel like in the past, that used to be the hero you would pick if you see a Disruptor, although this is probably a bet 4, so they would even see themselves in lane. I'm assuming they would pick Disruptor 5, but they're taking a long time here. Oh. Okay, good combo.
Also deny pick, right? Because Purge versus the Batrider. Pretty good. I haven't seen much of Grimstroke lately. I don't know why people are going up, not picking it up more. And there's the Disruptor. How unexpected, Bowie.
Yeah. Who would have thunk? I wonder now, if you lasso a soul-binded, like a soul-binded target, you get 2 lassos, and you glimpse the Batrider. Does the second lasso still go through?
How could it go through, right? You think it stays and it just teleports the guy there?
I mean, you know how Dota is. You're saying like it's obvious, but Dota is a really weird game. But sure,
yeah,
let's assume it cancels
I think
both.
this is one of the situations where I have no doubt about it. If I'm proven wrong, first of all, I'm gonna apologize to you. Second of all,
I'm gonna clip this. Okay, give me a second. Let me just open Twitch here. Let me make sure to clip.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I will apologize to you.
Apologize. Okay.
Sure, yeah. And I am never gonna answer the mechanical questions ever again, because I'm just gonna be there's no consistency in this game, and it cannot be known.
Yeah, so they're gonna go for the Doom. They're actually going pretty heavy here on the soul buying game. I think in the past you would rarely see teams caring about it. And now we actually already have 2 combos, so pretty interesting.
3 combos.
They're gonna get a Sven. Huh. I mean, this sounds like a decent draft, but it seems pretty slow in the early game. Doom is not a fast hero. Sven is relatively fast. It depends on how good of a lane he gets. And I guess that Dragonite, he should probably have a decent one. It doesn't feel like they have the strongest offlane here in Yellow Submarine. Tiny DK, probably.
The thing is, next up there's the slow lineup, but they have the Warcry, so it increases their movement speed, and then it's fine.
Damn. Doom's also faster. Inkswell increases move speed. There you go.
Easy.
So fast.
There's gonna be a Medusa. Though, whenever I see a Grimstroke Doom, Grimstroke Batrider type of lineups, I just don't like it, because you want to start off with the lasso. Not wait for a double lasso. Start off with a Doom, not wait for a double Doom. I very rarely see this work, not because it cannot work, but because teams are like, oh, we need a double Doom, and then they lose 3 heroes, they get the double, oh, we got it, and they just all die and do nothing with it. So I'm hoping that despite having the possibility for it, they're not looking for those kind of openings, still playing their lineup normally, and then under the right circumstances, they use their spells in that way.
Yeah, I love your point. I feel like one way to solve that is having another hero that can go in that doesn't necessarily want to have a soulbind ability going on. So Pango, to me, like if they pick this OD, for instance, it is not a hero that wants to initiate the fight as well. And then you end up into this really weird stalemate where you're not doing anything and this Deuce is farming. And we know that later on, Deuce should out carry, even out farm the Sven to some regard. Like Sven he tops off too fast, I think. I really like Pango for next up. To me, it's the best target. Sure, they nerfed Diffusal Blade a little bit on the hero, but it's still fast-paced. It gives them tempo, and it is a hero that goes in that doesn't care about Soulbind at all. So you get vision, you open up the fight, and you allow the Grim, the Bad, and the Doom to find your targets a bit better.
But what are the chances that the Pango doesn't get banned out? I think there's absolutely none, to be honest. I'm thinking Yellow Submarine, just get rid of it. It's still good, right? The Disruptor is not good versus you. The Tiny sucks. It's only if you jump in.
Maybe they will pick it, right? I guess they don't ban and they pick it if they think it's decent.
No. Versus Grimstroke, versus the Lasso, I think they might just skip.
Yeah, I could see that. So if they somehow don't ban Pango, they like, to me, if they don't ban it, they are picking it. Like, you don't give it away. To me, that's like 100%. That is by far the best hero they have for next up.
What about an Invoker? Like, is that something that you could see Mirage playing versus this Yellow Submarine lineup?
Oh, TA? What? Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. Well, at least we were partially right, both of us. They do pick the Pango. They don't give away. I guess you could Huskar here, but I don't think that's the type of hero they need. To me, they need a fast tempo hero. They already have two farmers in Huskar, just like those two. After you win your lane, you just farm. Like, you farm your Sanj for 4 minutes in the triangle. To me, that's not the type of pace they need, unless they feel like they can out-carry by, like, having 3 Omega greedy cores, which can work, right? I guess Halberd is decent this game. I would just rather see something else.
Yep, I would want to, for next up, to run at Yellow Submarine, not the other way around, because that's how you deal with the Disruptor. You deal with him game style-wise, not really hero-wise, but there are some heroes like the Huskar that you mentioned that can do it. Void Spirit most definitely can, so that's quite nice.
You have a dodge for the glimpse. Tiny is a little bit of a soft counter to you, but I love it. I feel like Void Spirit also scales really well, so if this goes super late, this is another hero that can utilize Rapier, that can utilize, can just do a lot of damage. And I feel like they have the tempo to go over Yellow Submarine, and if somehow they can't, post Second Ages, I think they start getting the advantage again. So, like, they start really strong. If they don't get the first Aegises, then, like, they really go down, and that's when Yellow Submarine could potentially just win the game. If they can hold up, though, then I think their stocks get back in. I honestly like next up's draft. I feel like this Doom to me is the only kind of question mark. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this hero right now, but besides him, I do like everything else they have.
I agree. Just, I want so bad to be very greedy on the Batrider. I think he is one of the main points of this draft. Even though it's a 5 Bat, I think he should be given much more priority in the Grimstroke. You get the Shard, and that's about it for you. I need Blink, Travels, BKB, Force, everything else. As that's the initiation. That's the saving grace that you have this Doom. You don't have the Blink type offlaner that is going to be starting the fight. But I kind of like your point about the timing of Yellow Submarine. First of all, I think they're the better team. Second of all, they have more chances of making plays around the map without their cooldowns, really. And they have really good ways of taking down towers. So that's where I see a problem, right? You take down the towers. Tiny, Disruptor, DK, and the Pango are very good at killing people. Next up, don't have necessarily very tanky heroes, so they can quite easily die. And then bonus with the glimpse, bonus with the glimpse, again bonus with the glimpse. So I think that's kind of what we're gonna see.
Yeah, the tower aspect is very true. Like, if the lanes aren't at least even, I can see them getting stomped next up. So yeah, you need to make sure that, at best you lose your safe lane tower because of that DK, but if you lose the lanes, then he can just rotate mid, take another one. The Sven is going to feel choked, and the Dusa, as you said, will be farming 24/7 because everyone else there can fight with no cooldowns. Tiny gets a fast blink. This game totally derails. But, I think if next up play at the same level as Yellow Submarine. They should have a decent shot. I do like the concept of their heroes, but it is more reliant on winning the lane than it is for Yellow Submarine.
Very true. The odds are kind of showing the difference in strength between these two teams, not necessarily the lineups in general, even though Lord Gaben does favor the Yellow Submarine lineup, as there will be a late smoke. They want to fight so bad. He doesn't know how lucky he is, but Shizoid, maybe because that he's gonna be the one paying the price. So bad. Run, my friend. He's still smoked, so it's gonna be good if it breaks right now.
Good position. Mirage though. Oh no.
Okay, the Dragon Tail. Let's see, I don't know if you want to start with the Simulator. Resident Pulse not going to be enough. The Dragonite gets the first blood, but dies right after it. Now going forward, they want the Tiny. That's a 0 armor hero. A couple of more hits are going to make him pay. And So Bad gets it. And that's going to be a double kill for the Batrider. I wanted a good game for this guy, and that's a perfect start. As now they're going towards King. The mana is getting low. King needs to be very, very careful. Stormhammer is available. Nice push back there. There's the new Thunder
Three-man
Strike,
snake?
new and improved. Yep, the 3-man snake gives him a lot of mana as he's trying to run away. But the thing is, your base is not there, King. Here, you are gonna get murdered. You're not in your kingdom. You are not in your domain. As he's really making them work for it. Runs into the tower to make sure that it is a split kill. But despite the first blood, the Yellow Submarine are not gonna be the happy ones. So Bad even steals the rune there in front of the Disruptor. And the odds, they remain the same, but they're going to be changing a little bit into the favor of NextUp. And if you guys want to use them, banner down below, promo code 1XRLGEU, 120% bonus on your first deposit. Go for it as Bowie. Now we're going to be looking at the mid lane, and after that kind of a start, this is going to be pretty good for Mirage.
Yeah, for sure. It's he does feed first blood, but you get 3 kills. You kill this Dusa. Overall, very good play from NextUp. I was surprised he learned the Resonant Pulse because I feel like he could have survived learning any other spell, especially the Simulate that got some buffs. But, you know, I guess it's the spell most of these players would rather have level 1. I wonder, though, if it, like, for the team, it would have been better because they would get first blood and they would get 3 kills if he lives. So, it's, you know, I guess it's easier said than done. But at the end of the day, it is still an advantage for NextUp.
Who knows, Bowie? His Resonant Pulse was maybe the reason why they got baited in that much, right? You get the Resonant Pulse shield, they still continue chasing you to finish off the kill, they get a little bit too deep, and then you get the kills. You never know. That was maybe the play.
Good arguments. Good arguments, my friend. How are the side lanes going here? Looks like the Sven is struggling a little bit more than King. He is 6-0 right now. You know, I feel like King or Butterfly or Satanic, he is really in an identity crisis right now. He has 3 nicknames. His initial nickname was Satanic. He changed it to Butterfly, but for some reason in games, his nickname is King. It's like, help us here, man. Like, it's so hard for people to know who you are, and you're so famous already.
No, listen to me, Bowie. I'm gonna explain this. His nickname is King, but he's so good that each and every game he has both the Satanic and the Butterfly. So that's why he says there. And then depending on the meta, which item is more popular, which item he buys more, then he puts that nickname in pubs.
Very smart, very smart. Trying to get that Satanic sponsorship. We'll see if it's gonna go through to him. And the mid lane, you know, actually, gigantic advantage here for Mirage. I don't think this lane should be, like, at all this one-sided, you know? I think Void Spirit has a slight advantage, but he has more CS, more denies than Pangolier has CS right now.
Exactly. It's not looking good for the Pango whatsoever, and I don't see it changing. Mirage is applying more and more pressure, and this is good, right? This is what they need. You talked about the laning stage importance of NextUp. They are doing pretty well in all their lanes, apart maybe the offlane, but even then, there the Doom is not being shut down.
Yeah, already has that Helm of Iron Will. They really don't have the damage. Like, that's the thing. Yellow Submarine in the safe lane, they do not have the damage, or even, I guess with a really good glimpse, maybe you can kill someone, but as you can see, he already got the glimpse level 1 just because he understands that they like a bit more damage, a little bit more harass. So Doom, especially if that Helm, should be 100% safe. He needs to really misplay, like dive under tower or something like that to die here.
The Sven's lane here, I'm guessing the closer you are to this DK's tower, it's gonna be very tough, as these guys are very good at running you down. There will be a level 3 on the Tiny fairly soon, meaning 1 point in all of his spells, and that's when things become scary when you play versus this hero.
Yeah, that brief fire is also super annoying. You can see Jesu here. He only has 1 point in stun, but he's trying to secure range creeps with it, but it's not that much damage. So he's spending a lot of his mana, and not like so many denies from this DK.
On mid lane, Mirage standing his ground. The toss is there. Mirage needs to be very careful. Avalanche off the mark, but the swashbuckle is not erased. He might have been losing in CS, but now getting this kill, it is gonna be equalizing the mid lane quite nicely for Yellow Submarine. All 4 of the supports are actually very good at rotations, Bo, in this game.
Very true. They're all great. It will mean that Erase needs to go to the base, though, so it's still not the greatest. They did a good job at denying the water runes from Yellow Submarine. But, yeah, getting the kill definitely helps a little bit here. But Mirage still has the... I guess he will equalize the experience advantage as they do kill Mr. King.
Even more. Nope. As the core gets the kill, one more hit from Shizoid. He's got it just in time. This is perfect for the Grimstroke. We talked about the importance of these next up supports. Mostly the Batrider, but the Grimstroke is no slouch either. 15 minutes comes, you get the shard, you are gonna be a problem. And it looked there for a second like the Medusa is gonna live, but you always have this... You know, you look at the HP, but you should be looking at the mana, so it was always very close between her and the Doom dying, and in the end it was the Medusa going down first.
Yeah, she does have Arcane Boots and Mangoes now, so you gotta be a bit careful about that, as they will go for the Grim here.
Nice ink swell. Not nice, perfect. Goes for the healing salve. The blood grenade does not connect us. You want to run down as the core. One more hit is going to do it. The slows are there, but you cannot slow down the brushes. King going forward. Meow. This is going to slow him down. Nice siege shot there. That's a nice creep to have. A lot of damage as well.
It will do some tower damage. I mean, this Doom is having such a good game, all things considered. His CS isn't that great, but he's 1-1-4, so was a part of a lot of kills. His experience is looking pretty great. It's really the Sven struggling right now next up. He is... And you know, out of all those heroes, that's probably the one you would like to struggle, right? If you can choose, he is a hero that can recover. So as long as everyone else is creating 10-point space for him. This Void, for instance, already level 6. So there is potential here for some rotations.
6-3. In terms of kills, a 1k gold lead still for NextUp. Pretty much the laning stage has gone even. This is the advantage they got before the laning stage started. But I'm still afraid of this. Okay, that's Medusa in trouble, but Rue is gonna be rotating. Same issue for so bad. Mana low. King is looking very much dead as his mana will go out. Okay, had the stick still to work with and actually survives. Now the turnaround is there, especially with the race coming in. Rolling Thunder available. Yeah, Doom, he wasn't sure how to even attempt trying to dodge this Rolling Thunder, and well, it looked like he just stood in place as Race is gonna be gunning for more. Shizoid getting into the Roche pit. Nice jukes. He's not gonna get spotted. The nighttime helping him live.
Yeah, really. I mean, it was a close rotation. They had the Siege Shot spell on Doom, so that's definitely not the ideal one to set up the Inkswell play. I think if he had a better creep, they could have killed the Dusa. It was really close.
Who's winning this? Who's winning this? Oh, Shizoid is winning. He's gonna die immediately afterwards. But this is the best that you could have hoped for. Okay, Doom, back to base. Bye-bye.
Oh, that feels so bad. People forget to play against Disruptor, and that starts happening. Just give them a week, and they'll, you know, they're gonna remember.
Hasn't it been a week? No.
Give them a week until they played it against in an official match. All right.
Okay.
Time for the runes here, and it will be top. So Erase gets lucky.
It's gonna be a shield rune. He got the first rune. It was a regen, so not really ideal runes for Pango to go for kills, but he has been doing quite a lot on the map. Okay, this Dragonite is having too good of a game. This is really bad. This is the first big Dragonite. You had a chance to deal with it. You didn't deal with it whatsoever.
Yeah, very true. That's Sven, you know, just speaking for comfort, just speaking for a good carry in the game, but not only they ended up being responded against the Dusa, which is not a good matchup, you still give away this first pick DK. The time of... That's amazing, and he's going Blink Dagger already pretty close. Why? Oh, look at that ward. That's a deep one. 7 Jesu. They know exactly where you are, baby. Pause back. Dragon Tail. Can he TP? I wonder if he can.
He can try. Breathe fire. Not enough.
No.
He even scanned them there, Bowie, but the thing is that the ward was too good. It was too freaking good.
Really good ward. Like, you just do not expect that one.
So what now? What now for either of the teams? The Dragon Knight is working towards his Blink Dagger, Pango towards his Diffusal Blade, but are they gonna be making moves before that happens?
Well, looking at this Doom, he didn't really get to use his ulti. He's bringing his phase boots. Yeah, like the timing is definitely on the side of Yellow Submarine right now. Like this Diffusal Blade and this Blink on DK, they're gonna be finished earlier. Next up, they can try to make moves without their items, but I think it's low percentage. There's a Disruptor, there's this TP with a Pangolier. They're gonna go for it anyways. Yeah, I think you have to go for the Pango, actually. I don't think you should go for the Dusa. It takes too long to get that kill. You set up for the TPs.
Yep, you're gonna get punished 100%, but let's see. Rune number 3, Pango. That doesn't want to do it. Just let him have it. This is probably the best one so far for these two mid laners. Void Spirit got it.
Great awareness. Like, you don't get the rune, but you also don't feed a kill, and it's next up. Like, you're still farming towards your objectives on Yellow Submarine, and it's next up that, like, just, you feel like they're lagging behind. The gold advantage is negligible, but the timing, we talked about it. Yellow Submarine, they will explode very soon.
Okay, Mirage going forward, thinks, well, so much damage. This is the Dissimilate that finishes him off, and the Race can do nothing but watch his teammate die.
By the way, love this Orchid on Mirage. I feel like this is an item we're seeing more and more. Very good against the Pangolier, actually. This could be what changes the game. Like, if he gets this at a good timing, and he plays with... how do you spell Grimstroke's name again?
Shizoid.
Yeah, if he plays with Shizoid, this is a deadly combo when you have the Orchid.
So, you know Seiyush, the player? You see that is the letter Sh. It's just a capital letter here, and in Seiyush, it is just the small one, so he kind of uses the W for it.
Oh, okay. I learned so much with you. I learned so much. I should pay for this cast, actually.
Exactly. But I'm a nice guy, so I'm not gonna ask for that. So don't worry, Bowie. You teach me a lot of things as well.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, so I mean, King's still having a pretty good game, but we might be. I mean, this is close. They want to go on King, but look who's waiting here with a Static Storm in a pretty good position.
Yep, they don't have vision. Okay, if you get those TPs, that's good enough. Pushed into the tournament.
They baited this so well on NextUp, actually. It felt like they were just gonna aimlessly dive, but they were pretty patient here. Wow, this is a great move.
Okay, so Pango doesn't have a TP. Erased, though, he is 100 gold away from his Diffusal, but they give up. Still, it's nice. The thing is, it's nice if you get something out of it. If you just now go and farm for a minute, it's not that great.
I mean, yeah, I guess at the end of the day, I just like their mindset, right? Like, you're not desperate. Like, you know when you can go for moves or not, as they are chasing for Meow, but you will be fine, but... Grimstroke.
No, he won't. Grimstroke got caught and Meow got glimpsed back, so they're gonna be killing both of them. That's just some beautiful. Us three will go to the left, you two go to the right. You can get one kill, we'll get one kill, and that's gonna be two... the off-lane duo of NextUp being taken down.
Look at that dire ward, man. Like, they even have a sentry on the cliff. They're like, oh, there's definitely a ward there, but no, it's on the other side as they find Mirage. Really good chain stuns.
Not good. It was perfect. It was perfect. Very often do we see now people just overlap their stuns. This was just straight up without mistake.
Really nice, and they're gonna fight so bad as well.
This is what I was afraid of, Bowie. This is what I was afraid of that's gonna happen. That Yellow Submarine are just gonna put their foot on the gas at some point, and NextUp are gonna fall apart, and it's starting.
Yeah, it definitely is. The vision game, honestly, from Yellow Submarine has been impeccable. They had some really deep wards that prevented that smoke. The next up went for 10 minutes. Then they are able to, despite not having any TPs, just walking to next up and getting all of those kills with no response whatsoever. They already have this new ward in between the tier 2, tier 1 middle. So Yellow Submarine just planting all the seeds to harvest the corpses of next up soon.
Yep, and now the Medusa has the Manta as well, so that's another thing that you're gonna have to think about. You jump in with the Doom, uses the Manta, you're like, oh, which is the real one? By that time, the Stone Gaze is out, and even if you get the Doom out, you're not gonna be getting the kill. Doom is actually rushing a Blink Dagger. Does So Bad on the bat have the... No, he's going for Mech. What? Okay, I hate what they're doing.
Yeah, huh. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I guess, like, they do like damage on Yellow Submarine, so I understand that, but that doesn't allow them to get ahead this game, and I feel like if they don't, they're just gonna lag behind us. Rue gets lassoed. Are they gonna doom this guy?
No, Race will down the other side of the map where Mirage gets a double. Okay, that's a nice way to go about it, as you do get that. Another Dragon Tail, Batrider, looking dead. A couple of more hits are gonna do it. One more. No, he did have the Killing Lotus, but there will be a Breathe Fire on the other side. The Murder Squad from Next Up that just got 2 kills is coming over as well. Soulbind was used, but Mirage still has his spells. Orchid available as well. Yellow Submarine, they get themselves out in time.
Yeah, really good use of that debut on the Orchid. I mean, this is a tough tower to take. Like, your heroes are not good at it. It's big amount of TPs coming from Yellow Submarine here, and they will, like, the way they're defending these towers on Yellow Submarine is so good. Oh, there you go. They have vision. All those wards.
That's a nice kill. That's a nice kill on Meow.
All the wards from Yellow Submarine. There was not a single ward that was obvious. Like, I look at them and I'm like, man, like, there's one in between the camp and the tier 1 tower minute 15. Like, that's so good. Every single one allowed them to get at least 1 kill or prevent a kill. And because they're defending that tower so well, it just buys time here for King. He's level 13 right now. Sure, the Sven is not that far behind, but net worth wise he is, and like Sven just relies on being ahead, whereas Dusa not as much, I think.
Yeah, between the two, not. In some games, yes, but in this matchup, not really. And I'm really liking going for the Disperser. It is gonna help for sure. There are things to purge off. And not only that, but you want the movement speed. You want to be able to escape if need be. Nice break on the smoke. The Static Storm is there. This is a problem. You got your Orchid, you got your Inkswell, but it's not gonna help. He tries to push himself out with the tree, still inside of the Static Storm. There's the ulti from the Grisor. He actually does kill Mirage because he was right on top of the Rolling Thunder and the Dragonite once more. He just needs to give vision for the Disruptor to do the job. Who's coming from the back for this hero? It is not gonna be needed as they do bring down Shizoid, trying to see if there's any vision in the enemy triangle. 2 heroes dead just like that. Yellow Submarine again in a better position.
Yeah, they're gonna get a tower out of this at least next up. Doom will be able to secure it, but like the gold advantage has been even, but I really feel like the momentum is all on the side of Yellow Submarine. And as you can see, Gaben gives them 80%. That's crazy how this is even, but like the momentum, like you needed this man to be so much further ahead than he is.
At one point there, if I saw correctly, it was 77 to 21, and I was like, what the hell? Or maybe I just looked at it was 77, and then when I looked at the other one, it changed, and I wasn't paying attention, but it just looked to me like there is 98% in Dota. There's no such thing as 100. As Yellow Submarine, as you mentioned, momentum, 100% on their side. Tiny has the Blink Dagger. They want to go forward. And speaking of Blink Daggers,
bad.
Oh, nice turnaround with the stun of the Sven. They're gonna send him back. Lasso onto the Dragonite. Of course, Rude does get taken down with the Cleave. And the Sven, he does continue going for Emptiness as well. Those are 2 huge kills.
I gotta say that Mac actually did turn that fight around. Like, they just didn't have the burst damage to kill so bad. And it bought time for everyone to connect. Seven Jesu, even while his ulti actually had enough damage in the tank. We'll see. We'll see. You know, At the end of the day, Greaves is probably one of the best items against Dusa, right? If you think about it, as Meow will meow to the grave.
His career is coming with the BKB. Doesn't really have the mana to use it though, as there's 2 Diffusal Blade heroes skiing. He's running away with the illusion. 7 Jess is gonna send back. He doesn't have the BKB, and so bad is left all alone. You said you would always be there for me, Sven, but you're not. And poor guy left all alone.
Mid lane. Do they have vision for Ruin? Oh, they don't.
He's setting up for his buddies. The Pango is TPing to the mid lane as well.
Radiant scan though. They do know this is happening.
How they react. Tiny is blinking forward. Doesn't get on top of the... Void Spirit. Nice vision on the bottom lane when it comes to NextUp. So this is probably not the place you want to fight. They have 4 wards in total here.
True. They really want to set up so that Jesu can farm uncontested. And he's been grinding. Like, he's actually keeping up with Dusa's farm. I also really like Mirage's build here. Obviously, Kaya Sanj is a very popular item right now, but he makes this Treads Bracer Sanj build makes him so incredibly hard to kill. And once the Kaya Sanj is ready with the Whisper of the Dread, he's going to be doing so much damage.
Yeah, finally the Void Spirit. I'm finally seeing a Void Spirit that is not just super far behind and not doing anything. He's still at the bottom 3 in terms of net worth when it comes to cores, but he is not like 6k net worth and being overtaken by supports. This is good enough.
Yeah, like when you look at the bottom 3, Pango, the difference between Mirage and Pango is 800 gold. So if it effectively, they're all the same net worth.
The odds, however, not ever in NextUp's favor. It's gonna be Yellow Submarine still favored in this one, as the Sven is disconnected. We've had a couple of disconnects. So of course, every single time people got back, you saw that controversy in a different tournament about disconnect. How do you feel about it?
I honestly feel like the decision of the admin was pretty, like, when you look at how other admins and how other tournaments handle that type of situation, I like, when was the last time someone remade again a game minute 40, right? I cannot remember the last 7 years. So yeah, I feel like, sure, every admin can, I guess, have their own independence when it comes to this, but it's just so weird. It's just, it was never done for a reason. It's so buggy. And yeah, I just feel sad because at the end of the day, I don't care who won, but it just makes the results unreliable, because I think anyone could have won depending on how the admin handled that, and I don't think he did the best job he could.
I was here sitting thinking Bowie's gonna talk to me about the Twitter drama, and then he's talking about admin decisions, and you know, it never happening. Okay, Bowie, sure, that's valuable info, but whatever, for people that don't know what's up.
What's valuable?
Oh,
it's Sven's a smoke on smoke fight here.
Oh, they jump in on the Doom. The Static Storm is there, has the BKB. The Inkswell is on him. Turning around on Aztecor, who already used his spells, so him dying isn't really that big of a deal.
Yeah, this is not good enough. Like, you used... Did he use the Doom BKB? Okay, only one, but only for a support kill. You're on your side of the map. You would definitely want a bit more. And now you cannot fight. You gotta be careful here.
Rolling Thunder again. Avalanche is there. Toss as well. Damage just enough. Mirage goes down as they are going to be going in with a Doom. There was a double Doom used, but Stone Gaze stops the TP, and, well, the 9-second of the Doom and his double Doom is going to do absolutely nothing. Dies to a bite of a snake.
Ooh. Oh, that's very unfortunate. If they had the mech on Batrider in that fight, I think the Void Spirit survives. Maybe the fight's entirely different. But the fact that they even postured to fight for the runes, knowing they didn't have the Sven, I think it was a bit too much from NextUp. Not really understanding how strong they are in the mid lane.
Get outplayed. And this is This is why I'm not a fan of the BKB on the Doom and the Blink on the Guardian Rings of the Batrider.
Always the Rune.
Is because you cannot set the tempo 7. Jesse, you don't have your BKB. What the hell are you doing? Well, obviously, I am dying. The Dragon Tail will be there to overlap with the stuns a little bit, but it doesn't matter. They should be able to run him down anyways. That's a wipe. If you look at it, that is a 5-man wipe. They didn't die in the same time, but in pretty quick succession, every single hero of NextUp lost their life.
The decision making on Yellow Submarine has been top tier this game. Like, you're diving mid, but you already know the Wisdom Rune is coming up, so you connect from the side. The Sven tries to contest not having that BKB. The timing was pretty close. They did nerf BKB slightly. Maybe he, you know, still didn't really internalize that change, because yeah, definitely a bit sus that he thought he was going to be able to contest it, and they just lose so much here. Yellow Submarine are snowballing this. Like, it's only 6k, but you look at the win probability, it's 91%. So, it's just not looking good here.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, the Medusa pick is just so good versus the NextUp lineup. Really, when you look at them, the only thing that you can kind of see as a Medusa counter is the Aghanim Scepter of the Grimstroke, and his entire net worth is pretty much an Aghanim Scepter at this moment. Bye-bye, Shizoid.
Yeah, can't really dispel that glimpse. I mean, we talked about in the draft, right? How they picked his Grimstroke instead of the Disruptor. And I can't help but feel like not only Disruptor is a better hero this game, but I feel like Disruptor actually handles Grim pretty well.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. It's pretty good.
Like, there's not a single spell from the Disruptor. I guess you dispel the Thunder Strike, but that's by far the weakest spell he has in the mid game.
Oh, he took away my Thunder Strike. What am I going to do? I guess the Vision game is kind of annoying. Shield Crash, Swashbuckle, 7 Jesu, Gleams back. Still has an 8-second BKB. Flame Break off the mark. Nice blink away. Toss through. He already used the Avalanche, but he will pay with his life. A little bit too deep from him.
Yeah, when you look at the deaths, though, 1 death on the Raze, 2 deaths on King, 3 deaths on the Dragon Knight, whereas the supports have 10 deaths combined. Every time we see NextUp getting kills, it's mostly a support that is feeding his life so that everyone can disengage. Just really good play in general from Yellow Submarine. Like, not only their draft was better, but I think they're also playing better. Their wards have been... Like, look at the ward that they have. Look at... Okay, wait a second here. There's a fight.
Oh, they broke the Lincoln Sphere with the... yeah, with the Doom Stolen Creep spell. That's the double Doom. Once again, it won't be a double stun. They're gonna try to kill Azdakor, who has a buyback if he wants to go in. Silence on the Pango. This is gonna be a problem once he comes back, but King is just standing his ground. He also has a butterfly now. You just have to run away from this hero. He's way too strong. 7 Jesu, losing his mana, threatening with the stun, loses all of it, so you can only threaten, but you cannot really do anything here. Another Swashbuckle. Snake came over.
Oh no, he
Blink,
pushes
will
him
get taken
forward.
down. Shizoid, poor guy, looking very much dead as well. Dinkswell will give him the extra movement speed, but King has the Disperser to allow himself to move even faster. Now they're looking towards Sobat, who is praying, who is hoping, but there isn't a deity in this world that will help you in a situation like this.
Yep. I thought they were going to go Roche here, but I guess it is too close from the Dire side, so they want to wait that. And it makes sense. It makes it even harder here for NextUp to contest, so... Look at King. Disperser, Butterfly, Manta, minute 24. He is absolutely massive. And, I mean, we saw that fight. The Sen can do a lot of damage, but once the Stone Gaze is used, he just cannot stand his ground, and that's it. Like, he's going to trade his BKB duration for the Stone Gaze, and that's more than enough for the Deuce reposition.
There is going to be an Aghanim Scepter on this Dragon Knight, man. He is farmed as well, right? You look at him, he's 5th on the network chart, and he has everything he needs. It's actually only the Doom who is trailing behind in this game, and that is a hero with a built-in Midas. So every core has a decent amount of farm, but then you look at King, and that's hoarding of money, actually.
And that's the lane we kind of talked about, the weakest lane from Yellow Submarine. You would expect him to be having a better game. Sure, he doesn't have that Midas. Sure, they nerfed the hell out of Devour, but it's still... Like, he's 1-7 this game. Like, his performance, his impact just has not been there. And, you know, I don't think it's necessarily his fault. I had doubts about this hero, and I think not only the hero isn't that good, but they drafted really well around this Doom. Dusa is one of the best responses for sure.
Yeah, that is just the thing, right? The Disruptor and the Medusa are weak lane, but you didn't have the heroes to punish them whatsoever, right? You have the heroes have to run in, which versus the Glimpse pretty much means nothing. Meow gonna get tossed in the air. Has the Doom. They're baiting in on it. Has the BKB. Will have to pop it to live. No Stone Gaze this time around to stop it, but that's his last longer charge of the BKB. Now he's down to 6.
And they force a fight here without that Rolling Thunder. They will find King. This is a hard kill. Oh, they find Disruptor. Really good.
Okay, that's a huge one. Let's see if they're going to be able to kill King. Him just getting the ulti off is going to be a problem. So, trying to run away with the dispersive movement speed. The Doom is at the ready. They just need to make sure that they stun him before he uses the ulti. And he will get stunned up or doomed up. That is a dead Medusa for sure. It will just take some time. Actually, the Pango jumps in and says, kill me as well. I want to die too. I don't want my boy to die alone. No problem. We are here to make your wishes come true. Next up, they get themselves some nice kills.
Wow, I mean, they had that ward exactly where King was, and they utilized that Rolling Thunder being committed by Yellow Submarine. I don't even think it was a mistake going for the Rolling Thunder in that fight. It was just that they were not aware of that ward. And it's a pretty... Like, you don't even see that Cliff ward that much because he gets the ward so constantly, especially when the enemy team is ahead of you. Just unlucky, I would say, from Yellow Submarine. You lose the Aegis. And we talked about this. If this goes late enough, next up, they do have the greedier cores. This is... I mean, this is gonna slow down Yellow Submarine a lot. Like,
for sure.
This gives them at least 5 or 6 minutes on next up.
It gives us time until the next Roche, really. And I don't... I mean, for me, using the Rolling Thunder is just normal. I think King staying alone there, that's the big mistake, right? That is the huge mistake that you really had to think about.
But that's the thing. He was alone. He was not alone. They had the Disruptor, but they were not aware of the ward. So instant Orchid from the Void Spirit nullifies the presence of as the core there. Just overall, it's the worst possible scenario. I feel like they thought the Disruptor there was going to be enough. After all, this Dusa is gigantically farmed. But this gave them info of everything. Like, it's the best high ground ward in the best location to take that fight. Ruin.
Go for the Tiny, bring him down. Your Yules is not gonna help. Sven has the Aghanim Scepter now, so he can purge off Yule Scepters as well, which is awesome. Gold lead, non-existent. Okay, that's a big one. That Aghanim Scepter is actually huge. Doom lost all of his mana, had just enough for the BKB and gets himself down with the Ogre Seal Totem.
Okay, so Doom is going for the Octarine here. I guess... Oh, Devin Jesu forced your BKB.
They're on the chase. That is a blue dragon flying for you. One more level and it is gonna be black. Then it becomes very, very scary. A race forward with Rolling Thunder has the Arcane Rune, so we'll have that ulti back in no time. But still, you catch nobody.
They can fight here. They have a good ward in the lane. Both Mirage and the Greenstroke. They're just setting up. The DK is not one you want to kill.
I mean, he doesn't have a Manta. Why not? Just go for it. Come on, cowards, go for it. There it is, the Silence, the Inkswell. He cannot remove anything, and he's just gonna be taken down. The Inkswell, the Astral Step, and the Dissimulate to finish him off. King coming over. How dare you kill my friend? Turns Shizoid into stone and two-shots him, but it is still worth it for next up.
For sure. That Nemesis curse on this Void Spirit, he's doing so much damage right now. I thought it was going to be too close for comfort, but yeah, when you amplify all of the Grimstroke spells, he does a gazillion damage there. Very nicely done. But you can see how strong this Dusa is. The Enchanted Quiver is just so much burst damage you don't expect out of a Dusa. You have to be very careful. These supports, at least they have that Guardian Greaves we talked about. Just having that extra armor when everyone's low against the Dusa can definitely help. But it is still a very farm Medusa that gets an amplified damage in a bottle.
How do you feel about the Aghanim Scepter on the Medusa? Are we gonna sing now, Bowie? Like, are we gonna come up with children's songs? Dota children? That would actually be cool. Dota children's songs.
Yeah, you know, we have the whole generation here. All of the Dota players are dads now because we're super old. So could be a way. Could be a way to make parents happy as smoke on smoke, like instant. I wonder what made both sides smoke. Like Roche is not ready. They just decided that they're ready at the same time. There we go.
Oh, jump in onto Doom, but they remove it with Inkswell. Instant Doom on Medusa. Ulti wasn't used, Rolling Thunder up. That's not really the hero that you want to get Doom. The Sven has been caught. He's not getting the BKB out. Now he's Soulbind, but he gets stunned again. Oh, no, he jumped into the Rolling Thunder, but the double lasso will be there. The Sven going forward, 7 Jesu trying to fight him out. He's not trying. He is winning, and he'll lift it up into the air. The Inkswell removes that immediately as King is back, but his mana pretty low. Needs to be careful. Everybody else, though, seems to need to be careful. Don't look her in the eye as she will turn you to stone. But it's a 2-for-3 with Yellow Submarine losing 2 cores, and NextUp not losing a single one. They are ahead, Bowie. They are 3k gold ahead.
That was so ballsy from the Sven. He had 30% HP and he was running away and just like, nah, I think I'm gonna go back, and somehow gets all of those kills, survives King. But yeah, I mean, yes, they are ahead. Yes, they are slowly moving towards a better position in this game. You still need to kill this Dusa, and the itemization is not there just yet. Like, Mirage is going for a BKB, in fact, just buys it from 0. And I guess this Sven has a crit, but they really need a Blowthorn, is what I'm trying to get at. You need to have a way to deal with this evasion on the Dusa.
Yep, it's a necessity. Void Spirit will probably get it as his next item, but it's gonna be some time until he's there. The Medusa will have level 25 at that point. What do you get? The split shot uses modifiers, or you make yourself more tanky?
I think you get it. The Daedalus timing with that talent is so powerful. It's hard not to get it. And crazy how Scotty, after they change it to not going through BKB, you very rarely see Deuces picking it up. Like, especially with that talent, it was so good. But, yeah, I guess Disperser is a better kiting item than Scotty is somehow.
That is how it works nowadays, but there's an Octarine core on the Doom, though, so they're gonna have Doom more often. I really like that he just throws it out. Just throw out your Doom, double lasso, double stun from the Sven. Much better spells to try to double up than the Doom.
Look at Jesu, he actually has vision with that ward's about to expire. He's in a really good position here.
Going and gone.
Dispels the Glimmer, very nice. Can they connect with another target? A raise would be huge, and they have the silences.
He is gone. Broke the Lincolns, got the lasso. Doom is not needed. They have the net as well. It's gonna be a dead Pango. Yellow Submarine, they're losing this game at the moment, Bowie. The win probability, it is still in their favor, as it seems that Gaben really likes the Medusa into a Sven matchup, but they are losing their timing rapidly.
Yeah, the fun part is that, in general, these Dusa drafts are very funny, I guess is the word I have. It's like, when you have the Aegis... Oh, wait a second here, as they're gonna find this Void Spirit, they get the Stone form.
No, the Inkswell is always there. The Soulbind also in the backline. You don't have any spells to combo with it. The Doom was already used on the Medusa, and they're standing their ground. 7 Jesu has the BKB running away. He's pretty speedy, but you cannot outrun the damage of this Medusa. She literally hits like a truck and is pretty much unkillable. Finds the perfect rune. Mirage going for a TP out. The big black dragon underneath his wings. He will not find you. This, you know what this reminded me of? Of the Lord of the Rings scene when they're hiding under the tree. Like, how didn't that Nazgul find them? And also, how didn't this big black dragon find that Void Spirit?
It's called plot armor, all right? So the plot armor of Nemiga, of NextUp is too strong right now. We are getting that whole anime comeback situation, but are we really? Because they're going high ground here, trying to poke for a buyback that does not exist at the moment. That Sven is... I mean, he bought all of his items here.
Medusa got the tanky talent, so...
King
wants to not be able to die.
Maybe this is a new thing. I haven't really kept up with Dusa that much, as they will get at least one lane. This is huge for Yellow Submarine. They just got fed a big present. Big fat present from NextUp.
A huge present, to be honest. That's something that you should not have allowed, and it is going to be a dire side Roche while the bottom side lane is pushing in. That's something that people, like, they tend to misinterpret. They think, oh, we got the lane where the Roche will be. That's good. No, that just makes it easier for the other team to stay there and push it out. But here you're on the other side of the map pushing out the other wave while the super creeps are getting in your base. So it's going to be very, very easy for Yellow Submarine to secure the top part of the map.
Very, very true. Roche in 40 seconds. And the crazy part about that fight where Jesu died is that he actually had his items flying to him. So if he couldn't disassemble the Satanic in time for that fight. If maybe he could have. Fight is different as they find me out. Oh my, that's so much damage.
BKB. Ogre still Totem to the low ground, maybe. That.
Glimpse. No.
Too good. Too freaking good.
Oh, they find the Grim as well. This is bad.
Oh, he just bought an Aghanim Scepter Shizoid. He's like, I have this big item. The thing is, you're not going to be using it for at least a minute. And also, the Tormentor is going to get stolen. Now you're hoping that the Tiny doesn't get it. Like, please, please don't give it to the Tiny. And, well, it always goes there. It always goes there.
At least they cut the waves. They're going to cut 3 waves here as next up. They're going to pressure this tower. So it makes it harder for them to get the tier 2. It makes it harder for them to get Roche. So it's not awful here for next up. But they're going to glyph as well. So, oh no.
They're going.
They have to go back.
Yeah, you have to, but your tier 3 is already dead. You don't have any more glyph. King is going for it. Look at his damage. It's insane. The creeps just die. And the Raxes are going to follow without the Doom to start off. This Medusa will finish it up. Bye-bye, Raxes. 2 lanes of Rax gone. Yes, you do have a Sven, but this is a really bad situation to be in.
Yeah, they can still get Roche. I guess they are slightly set up with 2 heroes, but do you need more heroes here? And how do you go there? It's the problem, because I guess they have a lot of Radiant wards, actually. When you look, next up, they were slightly prepared for this. They have 3 wards around the Roche area that could give them a way in if they have a smoke, if they are fast, which they will go for. Okay, this actually is promising somehow.
They can maybe do it. Oh no, Yellow Submarine, they're aware. They're aware how they lose this game if they get caught off guard. So you just wait. You can wait for the mid lane and the bottom lane to push in. You don't have to engage.
Yes, but they also did smoke under wards, so they are aware. Oh, Jesu, he doesn't find the jump.
War Cry, forward, turned into stone, avalanche, toss,
Oh,
rolling
no.
thunder, they have the ink swells, he's gonna be fine, goes onto the Dragon Knight. Oh, what's that damage? That should be a tank here, Ogre still totem to the low ground, so you can't do it, you're just gonna get kited on the Sven.
Oh,
He's
vision.
not attacking anybody, and now he has been found, no more BKB. A lasso will get used onto the 2 of them on the
Satanic.
other side, jumps in, nice Lincoln Sphere usage, but it doesn't matter, 7 just you just needed the positioning. King on the other side is slaughtering the supports. Now with the Doom, next on the menu, he still hasn't used his ulti, and he's probably gonna decide not to anyways. Ogre still totem, still going forward. The glimpse will make sure that the race ends the Doom. So that's gonna be 3 heroes dead on one side, while Yellow Submarine, they only lose the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, you have to initiate this DK to get the kill, and it was so much trouble for them. They had no true sight, so the DK walking through terrain. And they don't even go Roche. They know there's no Gosser for 40 seconds, so they want to pressure. They also know there's no Glyph. This could honestly be Megas. You have this bat down for 27, but there is a buyback on the Doom. This is close.
You have to buy back. But you don't have the God Strength, as you mentioned. Nah, it's Megas. There's no doubt about it.
You have to posture at least. I mean, you can't stop this.
Dark Portrait, you have the Dark Portrait. He's not even trying. Avalanche in the backlines to
no.
the Lincoln Sphere protects King. They got outplayed. They just got outplayed by the Pango, unfortunately. So you don't have your main spell. Doom bought back for nothing. The Sven will have his ulti, but I don't know what he can do. Mirage is being slightly annoying. They're all going to be jumping into the Static Storm, and that's a problem. You have the BKB and 7 Jessu's doing literally no damage. The King has to run away, go to the other side, maybe kill the Tiny, but the Pango comes in without your BKBs. You are so sad. Tiny bought back immediately, wants to rejoin in on the fray. There's the bash onto the Sven 7 just trying to run away unsuccessfully, of course. A couple of more hits. He has the extra armor from the Warcry, which will allow him to live. One more attempt by the Pango. Nope. Still survives on the Sven, gets into the fountain. But now who is protecting your Axes? Considering that your Doom died back. Nice Astral Step to the side, but the Dragon Tail still follows him. Has the long Dissimulate. goes up the hill will be found still. The chase down potential is so huge, and finally the GG will get called. Next up, they tried. They really did, Bowie, but there was no chance in the end.
Yeah, they had some decent moments this game, but their laning stage with the draft that they had just needed to be a bit better. Honestly, the mid game of NextUp was pretty promising. It feels like they started getting better wards, especially thanks to that Batrider. I feel like So Bad, despite his kind of mediocre start, did do a lot in the later portions. But yeah, I feel like in general, Yellow Submarine, I think they had a better plan, and they just played slightly better, which, you know, despite some of the mistakes that they made, they were still comfortable, let's say, in this game.
Yep, it looked like they were gonna win in 25 minutes, and then it was forced to 40 minutes. So next up, they definitely put up a fight. But the fight was not gonna... Bowie, you mentioned that you could see next up winning one game. Is this that one game that could have gone their way?
I think they could actually... They could have won this game, but I think their draft wasn't that good. I can see them having a better draft where, let's say, the advantage Yellow Submarine has skill-wise, map control-wise, gets nullified by the draft. So no, I feel like this wasn't their best shot draft-wise. I think it had some good combos, but overall, that Doom, like, I think you have to go with something else. I feel like they're way better heroes they could have gone for.
Okay, we'll see if slight changes do occur, and if those slight changes will allow NextUp to potentially get Game 2 off of Yellow Submarine.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live two lives at once, their own and their characters, to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you're with us, you win.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back with the regional Dota 2 series, still with the first best of 2 of the day, Yellow Submarine versus NextUp. As expected, Yellow Submarine getting game 1, but it is still not over. NextUp might be winning their first game of this group stage right now, Bowie, isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, they played pretty well, all things considered. I feel like they somehow came back from a pretty green game. Sure, it was maybe more of a Yellow Submarine mistake than NextUp really taking that game by the balls, but they played at least at the same level. I think with better lanes, they could definitely, look pretty good. I think giving away that Dusa, you have to be a bit more prepared, right? They couldn't pick the Pangolier. They really didn't have a way to go through that Dusa, and King just got away with a lot in that game. He was just farming the whole time, and it was Yellow Submarine doing all of the aggressive moves.
Okay, so I haven't had your thoughts recently in the meta. Whenever I ask Kodomo, he always says second pick is better as like a 2K MMR. Like, yeah, because I'm gonna outpick you in the last one. So the side of NextUp, they chose first pick, and Yellow Submarine, they chose Radiant. So how do you feel about the sides versus first pick, second pick currently in the game?
I mean, I have never seen, or it's very rare to see someone picking, Radiant versus Dire if they have the priority. So I think it's really, I wouldn't say second pick is better, but I feel like there are second pick teams and there are first pick teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a strategy that you're very confident in, if you have a set of heroes you think just by picking them up first, you're stronger no matter what they counter, you're going to be a first pick team. And usually those, to me at least, they are the actual tier 1 teams, right? You would see Spirits and LGDs not being afraid of being countered because they just feel like they have this macro understanding of drafting that, as long as we have X, Y, and Z, we're just going to be better no matter what. So yeah, I mean, NextUp actually choosing first pick is, I think, to me, shows a lot of confidence because in general, at least at this level of Dota, I feel like teams kind of gravitate around second pick a bit more. I feel like only the really confident teams go for first pick.
That's interesting. So if I understand you correctly, and I think I do, and I have kind of the same opinion, you think first and second pick are balanced out at the moment quite nicely?
Yeah, I would say so. I think it really, like, maybe if you look at the stats, they might show a different story, but I don't feel like teams, it really is a team versus team thing. Like, if you have two second pick teams playing against each other, then first pick is going to feel worse because they both want the same thing. But, in a tournament, I feel like it should be balanced, yeah. Maybe there's a slight advantage, but the new draft system looks much better in balancing that out, you know? It's more about being able to eliminate enough heroes that second pick and just countering doesn't feel as powerful as he once was.
Okay, makes sense. Overall, though, but then let's put it this way, a little bit into perspective. We can see some of the bans coming out. Nothing too interesting. What if it's one team prefers first pick, one team prefers second pick? You are choosing first. Are you choosing what you want, or are you?
You definitely play for yourself.
Your opponent. Okay.
You definitely play for yourself. I think unless you feel like you're like so much better than the enemy team that like you're a first pick team, but you still are so good that you're better at second pick than they are. Like, you know, you can try to be fancy, but I feel like in general, Dota is already such a complicated game that you should always strive to make things the least complicated as possible, right? There's an argument for flexing all your heroes and then like figuring out only at the end which player is going to play which hero.
Flexing?
But a lot of the time is when you do that, like you can actually shoot yourself in the foot pretty hard.
Okay. So that's actually a really good point. I like it. But anyways, I like when things are nice and even. I think the balancing has been done quite nicely here in the BC and D patch in the end. So a lot of things can be played. Of course, we're still waiting on the big patch, but while we do, we have awesome Dota to watch here at the Regional Dota 2 series. Next up versus Yellow Submarine. Next up starts off with the Bat. Yellow Submarine, they respond with a Tiny. Again, no Disruptor at the start. I'm pretty sure Yellow Submarine are gonna pick it now.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in that first game. I mean, I love the Batrider from NextUp, so I don't think you necessarily need to pick the Disruptor yourself, but not banning it does feel a bit weird. Hopefully, they are gonna be able to produce a lane that is stronger than what they have. I think more than necessarily dealing with a Disruptor is they needed a stronger lane and they didn't have it. We'll see. I think Yellow Submarine is probably going to default to the Raptor, as you said. They won with it. Why change what it's not broken? But they actually get the Leshrac that was first phase banned in game number 1.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that nobody picked it up first, but this is great for Yellow Submarine. First of all, they have so much flexibility in their draft.
What?
Is this a support Terrorblade? Because I would be very surprised the core TB versus a Lesh.
Yeah, I hope it is. Can always flex it, as we said, but I feel like if you discover in this phase that the Leshrac's going to be a support, you can probably play TB core. I feel like TB core, you would much rather play against TB Leshrac support than Leshrac core as TB. But I don't think Yellow Submarine is gonna necessarily break their flags here. So you can pick what? You can pick your carry because you know the offlane pretty much. This Razor, I think it's unlikely it's gonna be mid. I feel like Leshrac really doesn't care about Razor mid whatsoever. So yeah, you could pick your carry plus something here. Maybe your offlaner in Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're always going to have the flex here because it could be Tiny mid, it could be Lesh mid, and the other one is going to be a 4. So the flex is there either way.
True. Although, yeah, I mean, I guess even Tiny mid doesn't care about Razor if it is mid because you can always toss him away. You have, you know, a little bit of a way to deal with that guy. Huh.
I want some burst anyways, though, from Yellow Submarine. Just give me burst. Techies. Let's go. Techies 5. You get it, or you get like a Mars. Right now, Mars looks like a pretty decent one. Yeah, no, I'm genius. That's how it goes. That's, I really like that hero.
Yeah. Techie sounds pretty good here. I would honestly pick my carry. I feel like they went for the Dusa in game number 1. This game...
Morphlink?
It's banned. It is. That's why the Leshrac went through. Like, you have to ban Morphling. I feel like I have not seen Morphling lose a game in like 15 games this patch. Every time Morphling goes through, it feels like the hero wins. I didn't really check the competitive win rate for it this month, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's like the best carry win rate by far. Obviously, it doesn't get picked nearly as much, but it is a hero you have to address for sure.
I don't see a good carry pick though. Jara is not good. Maybe Luna. Luna could be a good carry pick.
Yeah, I think when in doubt, Luna is always strong. Lifestealer, Void, Morphling, all taken away. Sven is not great. It can go both ways, but I think playing against Batrider is always annoying. You're not a Linken's hero. You can go Naga if you want. It is a butterfly hero, but and you do have the Leshrac to cover for it.
Wouldn't mind the Naga. I'm not gonna lie, Naga I would be completely fine with, but I feel like at some point in the game you are gonna be needing your carry to do a bit more damage, and
They actually picked the two heroes you talked about. I'm just surprised that they didn't pick a carry, because now you're definitely not flexing that carry role, which means your options are gonna be even worse.
10 seconds remaining.
Exactly. They are. Next up, on the other hand, they have 2 potential carries already on their side.
Yeah. But in a way, I do like what Yellow Submarine is doing, because they're forcing NextUp to reveal what the hell they're doing with this TB Razor lineup. And at some point, it's just hard for Yellow Submarine to pick their carry, because they have so much flexibility. But as you give them more time, you either dig your own grave with the flexibility, or you're just forced to reveal it, which allows that last pick from Yellow Submarine to actually have more value. So I guess I see what they're going for, but I still feel like there's a way for NextUp to ban key carries that makes it that 24 pick not as amazing as Yellow Submarine maybe think it will be. Okay, so it is mid Pango for sure, and you're flexing this TB and Razor.
I'm not sure now, because you're gonna eat this Lash to the face now in the mid lane, and you're not gonna have a good time on the Pango. It is a good Pango game, however, right? Until the Mars or the
It's
Tiny
always a good Pango game.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, this hero is just, it doesn't matter what happens. Like, yeah, they nerfed Diffusal, but now he does like a gazillion physical damage. When you look at the heroes on Yellow Submarine, they're actually all very low armor. And Pango, like, he always ties the lanes. Like, even against Huskers, you see them picking up, level 6 relatively fast, and that's all you need on this hero.
What if
as long as you get yours?
If the other team has a Lifestealer, a Storm, Batrider, a Grimstroke, and I mean, you can choose the offlaner. I don't care. I've already countered your Pango.
Do they have any of those heroes you just mentioned?
No. But you told me Pango is always a good hero. He cannot always be a good hero.
All right, yeah, I mean, this game has a quadrillion combinations of heroes possible. I just meant that, like, 97% of the time, it's hard to go wrong with Pango on 18. That's my point.
Sorry, Bowie. I just had to ask. I had to ask so I could win my pubs. I know that you're a mid laner, and if I have to play mid lane, sometimes I can just pick the Pango and win. So I just wanted to know if it goes like that.
Pick Pango and I'll pick Husker. Don't worry. As they ban carries here, so they're not really taking this TB at all. And I think they're right. I feel like this is going to be support TB. Honestly, it looks pretty bad. TB support game, there's so much burst. There's just Leshrac that runs the TB down. Not that many spells to protect the TB as well. Like, there's no stuns. You have Rolling Thunder, and they're going to pick a carry. Probably a hero with no stuns as well.
Nah, it's a carry TB. It's a carry TB. 7 Jesu loves his Terrorblade. You're gonna pick a Disruptor now?
They banned the Naga Yam, okay. I don't think it's gonna be carry TB, because they're not banning Anti-Mage if for the TB. It's a very good matchup for the TB.
Very true. That is true, though. But I guess you could be protecting just for the Razor. 7 Jesu is a Razor player as well, so we could be seeing a carry Razor.
True.
And then
I actually like that. I like that. The lane isn't that good because of the Mars, but to me, that's probably the best possible scenario here. You lane this Razor with a really strong 5. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the TB is the 5. So, yeah, you pick this. I don't know. I feel like NextUp, they kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit. I don't see a lot of ways out.
Definitely not. How do you think that shot themselves in the foot came to be as a sentence?
Someone shot themselves in the foot, and
I thought you knew the specific story.
No, like you shoot yourself in the foot, you still have your hands, so like, damn, like it hurt so much, and someone just wrote it. as I know they were drinking something so someone could chop their feet off, because in the past there's no way to like do anything about it, right? You get a single scratch, you have to amputate your limb because there's no technology. And they go for this Tusk. What do you think about it? It just feels so underwhelming.
It's a save for the Terrorblade, who's gonna be a carry, and PL! Let's go! We are gonna see a PL.
This is over, bro. This is such a draft win by Yellow Submarine. I don't know. This is...
But
like, this is a 90-10 draft to me.
What about the Pango versus the PL? That's good, right?
Sure, I guess it is. I see no timing here where this Terrorblade's ever gonna feel happy. Like you go BKB, you don't address the PL. You go Scotty, you don't address the Mars. You go anything else, and you don't have a game. So I don't know. This is a game like if they're gonna win this, it's out of the Meow and Mirage just absolutely stomping the laning stage. Which after watching game one, I'm not saying they're at worse mechanically than Yellow Submarine. But I would be surprised to see them, like, the level of stomp you need in the laning stage for this next up draft to actually look good, to me, is baffling. Yeah, I'm all on Yellow Submarine.
Okay, let's see if it does go that way. Also, now I remember, I have an uncle who used to go to the shooting range, mostly with guns, but he would do bow and arrow as well. And
Did he shoot himself?
No, not he, but he has a couple of stories. You know that some of those might not be true, but he has a couple of stories that people would shoot themselves in the foot. Usually not beginners, but if somebody who is experienced would laugh or something and they would make a mistake, there were situations when it would happen. So.
Yeah, I guess I would assume the recoil, right?
Some people maybe very
how...
true. Yeah, the recoil with the real gun could be, but it usually goes upwards, right?
True. But maybe you're aiming behind you, and as it goes up, it hits your foot, right? You never
like
know.
Muerta. Like.
Yes, exactly. You just activate that passive by mistake, and you shoot yourself.
That's actually cool. Maybe they should have more things like that in Dota. You know, like Clockwork has the overclocked, so there's a downside. Like Muerta, you activate this, every hit will be a crit, but there's a 20% chance that you shoot yourself in the foot and then you get stunned for 2 seconds.
I really like that, honestly. We used to talk... I think it's Syndran really talks about it. Like, he likes spells that have, like, really big ups and downs as well. And it feels like nowadays we barely, like, it's just one spell does everything and there's never a single downside to it all. I truly agree. I think it makes the game more interesting. It makes the game
more fun.
Like, it shouldn't be RNG, but it should be like a downside that you're aware of, right? I think, what's the name of that neutral that does it? The
glass cannon one?
Nemesis Curse, yeah. I think that one, I love the concept of that one.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You know what? The RNG ones would be funny as well. Like, oh, he activates the aggressive shot and then he stunned himself, right? Imagine how fun it would be to cast those kind of spells, but maybe it would be a little bit too clowny.
Yeah, your next attack can be a rapier attack or you stun yourself for 2 seconds. Tier 1 item. I think that sounds great. 50% chance. 50-50.
All of the... You know how mid laners, you're a mid laner, they say, I always miss on the high ground. It always happens to me, so this would be...
I never get the rune. The rune is always on the other side.
Oh, man. If I had $1 for every time I heard that one, I'd actually be a billionaire. So mid lane, let's see. Lash versus the Pango. This is Lash favored, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. I think it is a bit better now for the Pangolier, just because you do physical damage. So Lashrak, you know, he has 4 armor, but in general, it feels like you pick up a Blightstone on Pango, and most range mid heroes struggle a lot. Lashrak doesn't have the highest HP.
How does this happen that the PL dies?
He tried to go for a Spirit Lance on range creep, and then they doe him because he just used it for harass.
Okay. I actually expected him to start with the doppelganger in the bottom lane, but I guess...
Yeah, there was no blast off as well, so they couldn't really stop the tag team plus plasma field thing.
Okay, sure, but definitely not a good start for the PL. I'm a big fan of the hero. I'm probably a big fan of the hero because I haven't seen it for such a long time. You know, as a support player, a PL is usually like your biggest nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, the hero is weak in the laning stage. That's the weakness. But once you get that Aghanim Scepter, I feel like that is one of the aspects of this hero that honestly need balancing, but it's never picked. So people, I think it's similar to, what was the hero? I saw a Reddit thread recently. They're like, oh, this hero's being picked, and out of nowhere it's good. And I feel like it is the case for PL. The only disadvantage is that a lot of the offlaners right now are really strong against him. Like, they have Burst, right? The Centaur, even Mars to some degree. So he never gets to come online. In this game, I think it's a good PL game. You have a way out of the static link. You don't care about the shards from the Tusk. You're very hard to catch, to be catch from the Batrider. After the laning stage, this should be a dream PL game.
Very true. The only thing that you're afraid of is the Pango once he has, like, an Aghanim Scepter. Do you think maybe Pango goes Maelstrom in this game because of that?
It is not bad, although they did nerf the Rock Chant significantly. It's still probably the best item you can go for. Yeah, maybe Eggs into Maelstrom, I think. I feel like the Eggs is still better, just because of the mana drain aspect, and then you can get the Maelstrom later.
Yeah, we'll see if he does do that. You know, they nerfed the Swashbuckle in terms of procs, but when you're in a Rolling Thunder with an Axe, you still do 2 each side, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't reduce that. So in my mind, it's just a slight earlier game nerf, considering that everybody still goes for the Aghanim Scepter. For me, that is a buff in general, as your damage has been increased by quite a lot, actually.
Yeah. That's very true. I actually didn't hear their argument, but you're right on the money there. And you know, in the mid lane, as we can see, that Pangolier is actually doing very well for himself. You know, only 2 CS behind the Leshrac. I feel like now that you don't want to learn Split Earth on Leshrac anymore, because the build is Maxing Edict and Lightning Storm, this lane is also easier. I've seen... Oh, bottom lane, Meow.
What an outplay. What an outplay by the PL. He baited them with the Fat Illusion, and then they just turned around at a perfect moment. Next up, we're like, haha, we got the real one. You thought you juked us. Dudes, he did juke you, and there's going to be a Sticky Bomb. And Shizoid has a Fairy Fire. Shards, not that great, and the last hit from Astacor will take him down. Do you see this in Dota happen a lot? It's that one last hit that actually does bring you down.
Yeah. All calculated, baby. And, I mean, King is going to have some of his damage sapped here, but there's no real potential. And that's the thing. It was very impressive that they were able to get that first blood on the PL. Oh, mid lane arrays should be dead, I think.
Let's see. With that rotation of the Tusk, they'll get taken down. This is the one thing about the Tusk is heroes like Kalesh, SF, those classic mid laners, other than the Queen of Pain, in the early stages of the lane, just die to the Tusk. Shards are way too good in the mid lane.
True. And, I mean, it is tag team, right? Physical damage with the Blightstone. All of the Pangolier spells also being physical. So even under tower, doing a lot of damage here. And, yeah, I mean, next up, getting some decent rotations here. I feel like this, as we said, the way for them to win this game is this Pangolier having the most absolutely pristine game. And so far, you know, he's not that far from it, honestly.
Did you see the play from Sobat eating the tree that he would have latched on? Like, this guy for me has been so impressive. Ever since he joined NextUp, they have had chances to win games, and I'm thinking it's this guy. This guy is just insane in his performance, probably in the tactical and preparation sense as well that he brings to the team.
Yeah, I've always been a fan, and he did look really good in that Batrider game 1, so I have big expectations here for game 2 as they're trying to zone Rue. Oh, good toss back though.
I'm gonna try to roll. Not gonna be happening, and that's a big kill. Even Sobat might die. They're going for him. The shards, pretty nicely done. Gonna try to slow him down with the body blocks, and the damage won't be sufficient. The Raze doesn't want to chase, and there's the Sticky Bomb. Boom, not enough, but the blast off will be. Brings him down as the core. His reactive taser did expire, but doesn't matter. It's still, you still can't go for it as the Tusk.
That's unfortunate. He ended up getting the second point in tag team. I don't see that very often. I guess there is value when you have a Pangolier. But with a snowball there, you could have definitely saved either the Pango or the Batrider. So I think it does hurt a lot that he ended up choosing the skill build.
Okay, quick trivia question for you. What is this Batrider set where he's riding a crow a reference to?
Isn't that some... What's the name of that comic that's super dark from that American guy, Neil Gaiman? Isn't that like a Neil Gaiman reference?
No.
Do you know the answer?
I think I know because I'm not 100% sure it's that, but it is. It is actually literally... You watch Naruto, right?
Yeah. Oh, you think it's a Zai? A Sai thing?
Itachi's, Itachi's Sharingan, and then this bird actually has, when you look really deep into his eyes, it has like lines that kind of are similar. Yeah, it kind of...
I mean, it's a yellow eye, bro. The Sharingan is red.
No, wait,
yeah, it's yellow here.
No, wait. It used to be reddish. It used to be reddish 100%.
In your mind, it used to be red. I'm seeing yellow here, man.
Oh man, no, I'm still staying with my answer.
I think if you want to make an argument, if you wanted to make an argument for Sai, the guy that draws all the black ink things, he also had a crow that he mounted on. I would be down because I think he has a more like generic crow thing. The Itachi one is very specific.
I'm so disappointed right now. I know I saw... Did I really dream about the Batrider set at some point? Like, I'm not gonna be... I'm saying that's bullshit. It's impossible. Somebody change it now just to mess with me.
I see. Maybe, this is not the Crimson Crow of Empiric Incendiary, and the Crimson one has red eyes. We can maybe...
What do they call that... You know that thing when a lot of people remembers something and then, but it's not the same way, right? A lot of people
delirium?
Think something, but
mental illness.
Wait. The Mandela effect. Yeah, the Mandela effect. You know about that?
Oh, I know. Like, yeah, there's some cool examples of that. I remember seeing like a video that like a whole city believes something happened, but like it actually didn't.
It did. It's just that we have time travelers. It's definitely an argument for time travelers. Like there is no way that it wasn't, because you know what the biggest example of that is? Mirror on the wall for the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Now it's magic mirror on the wall, but I can put my left and right arm, give them away if it wasn't mirror on the wall, like 100%.
Okay. I think I followed a couple of the words that you said. I'm not entirely
sure. Let's focus on Dota.
We are really
not on Mandela effect.
Syntony here, but yeah.
Yeah. Let's conspiracy theories we're gonna leave for some other day. But anyways, the gold lead pretty much non-existent. Razor is having a really good game despite that kill or that double kill in the bottom lane that happened. They're still doing a great job, and of course for all of our viewers, if they want to be doing a great job going to some great vacations, they can use the promo code with our amazing odds. The promo code is 1XRLGEU, 120% bonus on your first deposit. The banner is down below, so everything is automated for you guys. You don't have to think about anything. You can just click on it as King. There goes for the doppelganger. Turns around. The help is here, and the snowball a little bit too far from the Razor. They're gonna try to finish off King, and with the fire blast, they're gonna be able to do it, as we'll be taking him down.
Very big price for that kill.
Yep.
I guess they killed Tiny, but wait, what is Jesu doing?
Jesu? No, don't be there, please. He does have a Sunder. Can go for it. Turns around on the raise. Baiting. There's the Rolling Thunder coming over. He is baiting them. He is baiting them so much. The Diabolic Edict is still hurting, and Mars wants to go forward. That's the core. Not that much mana. 7 Jesu run like the wind. He's gonna do his best. There's the God's Rebuke. The Spear is at the ready. Doesn't have the mana for it, however, and the shards won't allow him to escape. Mirage gets a double. The Razor is back. You killed me earlier. He's taking King's damage. They know exactly which is the real one, and where do you think you're going? He's gonna try maybe to bait with those illusions, but they know who you are, where you are, and how to kill you. PL, however, is a very fast hero, so King will escape.
He's alive somehow. I mean, is it even worth surviving here, though? Because you have no TP, and you're not going to be farming for a long time. Yes, he's fine. All right. I mean, if you can just go through the Twin Gaze, that's okay.
Boom.
It's not that bad as he gets... Oh my god, that's so close. If he died there, it would have been hilarious, actually.
Oh boy. Anyways, I'm gonna act like he died there as Meow is dropping low. Maybe they can turn around on him, blast off to the side. The Techie survives, almost killing this offlane Razor.
I mean, okay, PL does get a little bit of farm here, but I still feel like he would have been happier if he just died and ran to the other side of the map. But now with the salve, should be able to keep farming here as they find us the core. And oh, mines are there though.
Mines, one of them gets destroyed. The Ray's gonna be rotating. Nice player at connecting. Here's the Pango as well. He has the Diffusal Blade, and Shizoid, he traps himself inside of the shards there, trying to push himself away. Unsuccessfully, it is a 1-for-1, but again, it's the NextUp that are dictating the tempo.
Yeah, the fact that this Spangolier got such a good early start is really allowing for this. They didn't really win the laning stage. I think it was pretty even, as you said. But now that they're creating tempo around the map, you do allow this Terrorblade to have a good game. I still feel like they needed to be a bit further ahead. Like, the matchup against PL is going to feel awful in 15 minutes once he has Manta Eggs. But so far, so good. I think they are taking the necessary steps to, like, actually have a good chance to take this game.
So I don't know if I've ever seen this. 3 cores topping the network chart, and then I check the win probability, and it's in favor of Yellow Submarine. That's how much this draft of theirs is favored here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really PL against TB, man. It is one of the classic counters. Oh, Rue! Oh no!
Does he have a TP?
He's a rock.
He's gonna have. Yeah. He's gonna have it. It's okay. He's a rock.
He's just a rock, not the hero anymore. Just a scenery rock.
Imagine you're a musical genre. That's kind of a bad thing to be 100%.
True. Do you like rock? Were you a metalhead?
No, but you know, I like the classic rock, right? The one that is not too like right. So.
Well, speaking of classic rock, we're gonna have a rock on the cob here. It's gonna be taken by NextUp, and that's a tower. I mean, there we go. They are actually playing pretty fast tempo.
Incredibly fast tempo. The tier 1 on top and bottom are dead. They haven't lost tier 1s of their own. The push of Yellow Submarine is solid with the Lash, and now you can't get to the towers. This is as good as it gets for a start for NextUp.
Yeah, I do like this Shrek is building tanky though. I feel like when you look at the situation of this game, you're not going to pick someone off you Scepter and kill them. You just want to make sure you're tanky. Like, they're gonna run out of damage, I feel, NextUp, unless this Pango is gigantic. So they're building tanky on everyone, as they will defend. Oh, that's an arena. That's a spell.
Yeah, it's a spell being used for nothing. I guess he's showing off just how good of a architect he is, and that was really a beautiful arena, though. Nobody in it to fight, not a lot of usage out of it. He still goes down, loses his ulti, loses his tower, and NextUp continue to dominate.
Yeah, all right. This is looking pretty promising here, especially the way it happened. Like, the lanes were pretty okay. And then one messed up fight from Yellow Submarine just allowed NextUp to get objective after objective. You have this little Shrek, you didn't take a single tower, as you said. He's not necessarily farming that much as well. He's showing up to fights and either dying or not picking up many kills. So, overall, promising stuff here from NextUp. Do they have... Oh, I mean, look at the eggs. It's already halfway done from Raj.
Yep, it's looking really... Really good for next episode. Speaking of Ag Scepters, the PL is very close to his 400 gold away for the Ags on the PL, and that's gonna increase his farm, increase his capability of pushing out waves. Terrorblade gonna get caught. He has the Sunder. The toss is there. He will get it off. Blast off a little bit too late. 7 Jesu will still go down, but Mirage is now more than happy to pick up all of the stragglers here. Mirage is on a mega kill streak, gonna be searching for the Tiny as well, who does not have the blink and definitely doesn't want to die now. Goes for a TP out. Where's the punch from the Tusk? Won't be able to get it.
Good TP right when he gets to the high ground. I mean, good move from L Submarine. They recognize there's no Rolling Thunder, so even though they could TP to that tower, there was no way for them to actually punish that. At least not as much as they would like. They find the Mars, another scenographic arena.
Okay, he stopped so bad from coming in and last. Like, he didn't stop anything, actually. He just goes to the left there to get Lasso down.
Good toss, though.
Oh, no. He went with the blast off forward. If he just went in place, Mirage would have died there, and that's a much bigger kill than Shizoid. Oh, miscommunication there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He will live. Or will he actually? Rue. Eva. Toss. Bam.
Mirage is still not alive.
Actually, if he got the Rolling Thunder there, I think he would have survived because of the magic res. But a little bit, he hesitated a little bit.
You're still not sure that you're gonna survive, so.
Yeah, and like one right click kills you, so it's still a bit wonky. But I mean, this is a game Weao is left to free farm the Terrorblade. Sure, he died once, but they're all gonna hit their timings as okay. Never mind. So bad it does get off.
Okay, the game is gonna start changing once this Tiny gets the Blink Dagger, because he's already making plays on Rue as the Tiny, and imagine what happens when you have the initiation tool.
Very, very true. But the BKB will be pretty big, and there is already a blink on the Tusk. So at least in terms of timings here for the +4s, NextUp is a little bit ahead. You can potentially save people from a toss back, although it is pretty hard. You have to be, like, your blink has to be perfect so you don't get caught into the avalanche.
So let's see, the Terrorblade is going to be going for a Scotty, so that's going to be what 7 Jesu wants. Razor is finishing his BKB on top of a Yasha, so it's not a naked BKB, it's actually a really farmed Razor. Pango is almost done with his Ags, 500 gold remaining. On the other side, we have a Bloodstone on the Lesh. Not much else other than that Blink Dagger on the Tiny.
Blink on Mars.
Oh,
Blink
he has
on
it.
Mars flying, I think.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So that is, I mean, 2 Blink Daggers. That's why they're smoking, although the Mars is not with the team right now. He probably wants to connect somehow. But there is a ward in the path he's taking that should reveal his Blink Dagger.
It does go
Maybe not,
that
actually.
path. Gonna get picked up.
So lucky.
Always
I'm
lucky.
gonna find this Razor. Hello.
Oh, this time around, it's a good arena. They get him, got him down, delay his BKB. Pretty nice. Yellow Submarine decreased the gold lead only to 2k.
Very, very nice. And that PL we talked about already has his Ags going for a Diffusal Blade. Oh, Mirage. Very low. Does finish the Ags, though.
That's pretty nice for Mirage. So he's gonna be going for a blink. No Maelstrom on the menu just yet. I'm still hoping for it, but doesn't seem like he's gonna be going that route. I still think though, just with the Ags and the Diffusal Blade, you're a nuisance to the PL either way.
I wonder if there's even an argument for Radiance here on the Spango. I know it doesn't really work with Swashbuckle, but it's such, like, now that the evasion is 25%, it is a huge counter to Piao, and none of their heroes really want to build Radiance.
Razor Radiance. Remember Dota 1?
Do you remember Radiance TV? Like,
Yep.
that was a thing.
Yeah, but that was it. I think that was in Dota 2.
Playing that.
But in Dota 1, Razor Radiance was a thing. Remember when his third zapped you and then people would build Radiance so that they have the combo between that two?
That's so long ago. Yeah, I remember.
I remember.
Don't kill yourself before I get the chance.
Okay, Grandpa. Get back to your wheelchair.
You know what? As I'm getting older, I'm thinking about buying a wheelchair to be like, yeah, I'm old. I don't deserve this gaming chair at all. As Mirage destroyed. That's the hero that was crushing the early game.
Yep, one spirit lands, you get 2 freaking gigantic illusions, 1 toss back. He even got lucky, he swashbuckled before the split earth of Raze and dies anyways. That's so unfortunate.
Very, very, and that's when the Razor got his BKB, right? So it is your timing to fight, but we're seeing this Yellow Submarine lineup start to work together now. And what was the play from NextUp? Do they have something that is going for them? Something that's gonna allow them to go for fights first?
It's the blink on the bat, right? Which they also have. I think what you're saying is right on the money. Like, they're gonna have that BKB on Razor 4 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. He dies once. Then the Pango dies alone, then the Pango dies alone. So the timing that they were supposed to have minute 18 is now being stretched to 21, which allowed Yellow Submarine to get a lot of the other items. They're going to smoke now, but they aren't as strong comparatively than they were a bit ago. Like, this is dead even now pretty much, and they're not going to connect the smoke. Their wards are... They only have 1 deep ward on the top side, but that also doesn't give them any vision. Maybe they find this Mars...
Why didn't they go for that ward? I mean, it's next to the Wisdom Rune that would be spawning now. I feel like it's a pretty missed opportunity.
I think they got scared, to be honest. Because, yeah, I don't see any other... Like, they felt like they were going to be defending that, so... Huh.
Nice dodge from the Terrorblade. Now he slows down the Tiny. Shards are going to be perfect. Snowball doesn't come out. He's still going to be buying some time with it. The rest of his team is coming over. Blast off the mark. The Shizoid is going to die, but not before he punches Erase. They're going to kill those mines there. BKB on the Razor just in time before the Splitter. Rolling Thunder forward. The Tiny will die. Mech not enough to keep him alive. And there's the lasso. Getting the Mars onto the high ground. Goes through the arena to protect himself. A little bit too deep from the Pango. Swashbuckle doesn't do anything. Got disarmed. And that's a blunder of a fight for NextUp now. It's going to be Yellow Submarine on the chase. And we'll know what happens. Nice dodge. Beautiful from him. Still, it's not going to be stopping King. He's going for it. Does have the... Sunder goes for the real one. King is the one that needs to be careful now. Will be fighting until death. Probably his own. Finally, the help is coming without the Sunder. The Terrorblade is not so scary. They finish off Meow. Nobody's chasing the PL. And the Terrorblade got disarmed. He's a big-ass demon who cannot attack anybody. Look at that. Nobody has mana. Nobody can use any of their spells. And finally, Emptiness gets some of it back to God's Rebuke this Terrorblade to death. And it will be an awesome fight for Yellow Submarine where they only lose the Tiny, who is now back and ready to make it a 5-man wipe, but he made a mistake, and it wasn't that big of a mistake. Emptiness was ready, and another God's Rebuke for another kill for the offlaner of Yellow Submarine.
I mean, I was not watching the feed, so I don't know if they showed it, but the arena that looked scenographic this time, because he didn't pin anyone there, totally won that fight, because it blocked the path to help the Pangolier, so the Pangolier was diving. None of the allies could help him, so he dies, and it also locks everyone in so that Yellow Submarine can follow up and get all of those kills later. So very, very good arena from Mars. I don't know how to pronounce his name, so that's why I'm saying the name of the hero.
Emptiness.
Okay.
How you
I mean, the arena was not empty this time, but it still looked pretty good.
Yeah, the couple of those first ones, they were just to go with his name, and then he's like, "Okay, guys, now I'm gonna get serious."
I mean, he gets his BKB. Everything's clicking here for Yellow Submarine, and that PL. If you didn't kill him in that fight, wait until he has that shard, man. That shard is so good for how little it costs.
So, oh, it's like the old doppelganger, or what was the spell called back then?
Oh, it was... Damn, I'm not gonna remember. It was...
who is Googling, you or me?
Big Illusion.
Okay. Old Phantom Lancer spell invisibility. Okay. Doppelwalk.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely that. Oh, BKB. Razor so low and dead.
Not just yet. Wait a couple of seconds. There's a sticky bomb. The proximity mine is not gonna kill him. Right click, not enough, but a toss into the air is more than enough damage to finish him off. At least he bought his SNY, so bought some time for the item to come out.
Sure. It is decentish. But yeah, once again, that's a game where NextUp, they needed a bit more. I mean, they had some good moments. Like, they were proactive. But Yellow Submarine, their drafts, I think their win conditions have been much better than NextUp. It feels like NextUp, especially this game, they got baited too hard into flexing. And I think Tevin Jesso had a decent TB performance. I expected him to struggle more in his lane. Oh, speaking of struggling.
Nice Rolling Thunder just in time. Erase gets deleted by the tag team and the Terrorblade. And Ru is just gonna be a bonus. No force staff on him just yet. It was being delivered at the moment. And yeah, you go for it now.
Roche top side. It's going through. Razor TP. There you go. That's a decent window here.
A big one.
You have Tusk. You can definitely go for it.
They are taking it slowly, but they have time. They most definitely have time to finish him.
35 seconds here in the Shrek, that BKB. I mean, we talked about his lack of armor. Only 12 right now. He's going for this Kaya Sanj, so that's also not an armor item. So 7 Jesu definitely hurts. Sure, your Sky doesn't go for BKB, but he still does. His right clicks are 250 damage. You have the tag team on top of it. You have minus armor. It is really scary.
So that's the Aegis for 7 Jesu. He's still a transformation hero, so if you die once in a fight, you're really not going to be all that strong. He's still at the top of the chart, Bowie, but I still can't help but feel that this is most definitely Yellow Submarine game, and the win probability is at 90%. You have the Aegis, and you are barely at double-digit percentages.
Yeah, I mean, both drafts were like that, right? Even game 1, they were like 2k go behind, 85% chance for Yellow Submarine. And, you know, Dota Plus doesn't use the teams as an input for that number. It's really just the drafts, and that's how dominant I feel like Yellow's drafts have been comparatively to NextUp.
But in terms of gold, it is still an even game, so we're not going to be looking at percentages or anything. Next up, they are still holding their own, Bowie, and let's talk a little bit about how they win. Like, what needs to happen for them to actually have a chance of winning team fights and ultimately the game. And
I think ideally what you need, and they're doing a good job at that, you need your lanes pushed so that your fights happen in a position where you use the remaining of the Metamorphosis to take towers. So, yeah, make sure that you're not the one reacting to Yellow Submarine. And to me, this series has been pretty much mostly Yellow Submarine taking the lead as they will engage and find a little bit of a Tequitos. That's good. This could be a tier 2 for them.
Is that how you say tequis in Portuguese? Tequitos?
No, we have like a snack that's called taquitos in Brazil, so it's just a joke that I'm the only person in this on Twitch chat that can understand. I don't know why I said it. Yeah,
I shouldn't have asked.
TPs.
Everybody would have thought it's like, oh, it's tequis is like tequitos in Portuguese or Spanish or something.
Taquitos gets killed here as they're going for another one.
Yeah, I feel like I can speak Portuguese, right? So,
Just add the itos at the end, yes.
Yeah. Easy. Lasso gonna be used. Buyback from the Tusk. He's gonna take some time before he's back into this fight, though. Needs to TP to the top lane outpost and then go through the portal.
They are definitely jumping the gun here. I think next up, they are feeling the heat. They understand how much they need to do with the little time they have on these Aegis. That's just not a buyback that's gonna yield them anything.
Definitely not. Though maybe it does dissuade Yellow Submarine from the chase. Imagine if you get chased down there, lose the Aegis, lose the Terrorblade twice. You have kind of lost the game at that point. This way, you have that, 5% chance that is working for you. 12% chance.
Okay. Let's see if they can at least force this tower. You definitely want to force. After all, you didn't even commit your Metamorphosis just yet. Ideally, they want to wait for the Butterfly on Terrorblade. That is going to be the only timing where you at least feel relatively strong to stand up to these illusions. Still needs about 1,500 gold, though. Yeah, it's going to be too close. Oh, man. I wish he was slightly more farmed, because then they would feel more comfortable taking this Aegis fight. Top lane, though.
Let's see. Snowball. Forward. Mars has a BKB. TP.
Shards.
Is it available? Yes, it is. He didn't want to do it. I mean, next to a Walrus Punch, it's impossible, but he just runs himself away. Race?
A Fire Lash.
That's weird.
Yeah, he was nearby, but I think he got clipped by that one Dire Ward. That's how they found him with the lasso. I mean, a couple of decent fights, but once again, what's happening? Fighting outside of any tier 2 tower. So you're getting kills, but the status quo, the ticking time bomb that is this Phantom Lancer, keeps on going. Tick, 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 as Tusk gets pinned.
Avalanche, toss as well. Ah, nice snowball there. He's gonna buy some time. We'll have to blink out. So, nah, the God's Rebuke finishes him up before that does happen. PL is just way too strong. He's going for Meow, destroying him literally. Terrorblade uses the Metamorphosis to run away. The Spear will be missing completely. Doesn't even catch an illusion. As the core, pretty much dead, but they do finish off Meow as there will be a Hex on the Pango. Not really having anything to focus on him. Rolling Thunder will get used. PL, not really in the vicinity. King might decide to come back after he murders the backline. So Bad is next on the menu. Who is the next one that is gonna get pierced by the Phantom Lances? Okay, that Spear again, not piercing anybody. Is coming over with that shard from the Invis, slowing down 7 Jessu. There's the silence as well from the Orchid. Toss is there, and they're gonna be killing the Terrorblade. 7 Jessu is gone. PL is going for a Bloodthorn, so your Butterfly isn't really gonna be doing all that much in the future.
Yeah, they got super outmaneuvered by Yellow Submarine there. PL kills the entire backline. Rolling Thunder, very underwhelming from Mirage. I'm not really seeing the impact of this Tusk whatsoever. It feels like he gets engaged, snowballs, and then dies every single fight. And Meow as well, right? He had such a good time at the beginning. BKB, he's not able to stand his ground to anyone, it seems. They either disengage or they kill him through the BKB.
It's looking way too easy now for Yellow Submarine, and it's so hard playing teamfights versus the PL. People tend to forget about it. If you can't get on top of him, kill the illusions, kill him, force him out of the fight, he just overwhelms you. He overwhelms everybody, and that's what happened here. The fight split. You couldn't kill enough people on NextUp, and King just ran people down.
They have no Vice. They only have single target stuns besides the Pangolier Rolling Thunder. So it is really hard to pin the King down. And at this stage, even if you do, he has 2.4 HP. That's without the heart. That's without the butterfly that he's also working towards. Just, yeah, pretty tough position here for NextUp. I guess, you know, your only way into this game is stealing the Aegis. You know, maybe you take a fight, you force the Aegis outside of the base, because if they put these Aegis on the Leshrac and they can go high ground, things get dicey.
Very much so. Every tier 2 is still standing, so we still have some time before the bases of any of these teams really get threatened at the moment, Bowie. Is there like a point, like a combination of items or anything that gives you confidence for NextUp in the later portions of the game?
Yeah, Refresher, Shiva's AC Razor, I think. So that's like 3 big items, and he's going Satanic first. You also need Maelstrom on the Pango, which he's going for. He is going Maelstrom Gleipnir, so I do like that a lot this game. BKB on the Batrider. And the thing is, the Terrorblade, like, he's usually one of the strongest late game heroes. This game, there's not really an item you build that makes you stand up to the PL. Like, can you go... I wonder if you can go... what's the name of the item? If you can go Revenant's Brooch? Terrorblade? Doesn't feel great.
I don't know. I'd rather have a Satanic so that you can hit an illusion once and heal back up to full, to be honest.
I mean, yeah. But, you know, you need mana for Satanic, you need mana for Sunder. That's why this matchup is so bad. In the past, Sunder was 0 mana, and that was when TB had the highest win rate against PL. It was still pretty bad, but at least that was a thing, as they get the Vice, and that's, oh, bad spear, but they get the kill anyways.
He speared him towards the toss. That actually looked so cool. as Razor will get caught, blast off, keeping him in place. Meow is dead as well. This opens up the bottom part of the map, set up for the Roche as well. That will be up in a minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, this is looking way too easy here for Yellow Submarine. They have the map control. Their fights are easier to execute. That Vise on Mars is really good. Love the itemization from Emptiness this game. They have so much initiation, right? You have Blink on Tiny, Blink on Lash, Blink on Mars. The fights are very straightforward for them.
28 to 19. Just every single engagement seems to be going towards Yellow Submarine. And what is even going to be a response? Like, what are you to do? Okay, so Juxtapose is actually the spell that you use to go invisible on the PL. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is a different... It's not... which is even better, right? In a way?
Yeah. It's only a 15-second cooldown. Man, it's... I don't know how you even catch this PL, right? Let's say you start off with a lasso on him. He's so...
Oh, Jam
hard
gets
to
lost.
get caught, yep.
Yeah, that's the thing. Not only you need to catch him, then you need to have true sight, and he's running at 500 move speed, and that's gonna be a Roche as well. Like, I guess you can contest this, but no buy on the Batrider. This is a Bloodthorn Roshan. I don't know. I guess you give it away. Like, you still have the tier 2s, as you said. Maybe if there were no tier 2s, you were forced to do something about it.
They're just gonna get it down, so nice grab for them. Mars is gonna have an Octarine core with the Blink, Hex, BKB, and the Shard on the Mars. That's gonna be such an insane Octarine.
Yeah, it really is. It's just everything is so low cooldown. Pretty much pin people 24/7 because you can Vise, you can spear into Vise, into spear, or pretty much when you have that up. This is... I don't know, man. This is a really tough game. Like, you need to somehow fight with the PL on the other side of the map. And I don't think they're going to make that mistake. You know, the one mistake where King got picked off because he was by himself. That's the only way. Like, you need to have a gigantic number advantage, which they're not finding this game. It's always Yellow Submarine having the better position around the map.
And then they're just running at you. Again, they killed Rue. You're in a situation where you have 4 heroes on the map, meaning that the lanes are going to be pushed towards you. I can see this Batrider desperately trying to make something happen. Yeah, we always laugh at the damage of the Bloodthorn Broodmother, but the Bloodthorn PL is just dumb.
Yeah, it really is. And that's a 25. So not only you have the extra damage of the Bloodthorn, now you also have the crit. So there you go. What a dumb hero when you get to this point.
Yeah, but you need to get to this point, and not a lot of players can do it. King, he did it in a spectacular fashion. Avalanche, Razor caught, pops the BKB, only 6 seconds. You better turn around and run towards your base, Meow, because this is what's gonna happen. Just send the illusions towards him. The snowball will save him. Might have just given away 2 heroes instead of just 1. Shards are perfect, but the Avatos combo on the other side catches both of them. At least the Tiny will get pulled into tier 4s. He has the Yules to go aggressively. Great healing Lotus as well. He's nowhere close to dying. There's a Bloodthorn with the Hex. King gets an easy double, and it's time to continue pushing. Might be the time to ride the 2 Gs as well.
I think you can even go tier 4s here. Just make NextUp pay extra money to keep themselves in the game as they are dealing with the waves there, King. Very nice.
Okay. But
very
no creeps.
nice that he drags the... True. TB did a good job there. The best you can do is a tier 2, but you can also go bottom. Still 30 seconds for the Razor and no glyph. This is still a lane, I feel.
Yeah, probably. No glyph, and yeah, now the PL will start focusing on it when the creeps pass your banners. It's or your drawings on the ground. It's pretty much where the backdoor protection goes to hell. And I don't think they're even gonna go back here, Yellow Submarine. They have no reason to.
Yeah, age is still 2 minutes duration. Yeah, there's a tier 2 top, so you're not going to get megas. They finally get the Daedalus. This is gonna be next up. Less fight potentially.
Okay, they're going for a race. Who still has a cheese? Actually, we'll finish off the PL once. So that's a nice kill to get. The TB gets caught. That's the BKB and the Sunder. That BKB from the Mars a little bit too late. Now turning around onto the race. Who's gonna be using the cheese? Runs away with the 4-staff. Will be safe. New buybacks from NextUp. Their support's getting back to the fight. The Vanguard's gone as well.
Damn.
He will buy back. Terrorblade dropping low. Here comes the snowball from the side. Does absolutely nothing. Just pulls the Tusk again into his death. Mirage. He bought back. He thought he could do something. Jumping around with his shield crash. But the only one being crushed is him. GG will get called, and King, he wants another rampage, will be able to get it. I think that's number 3 for him in the tournament thus far.
Yeah, this guy definitely has his way around rampages, and I mean, once again, a decent performance from NextUp. They didn't really get stomped, but they just didn't have the right plan to take this late, and for them to take this early, it needed more skill, right? I think you just need to be straight up better than your opponents, and it is hard. Europe is not the type of region where you get these sub 30-minute games, and to me, that's kind of like the maximum timing you have to win that game, unless you take this to minute 60, which it's definitely not a good plan, right? If you rely on this being a tier 5 neutral item game.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, you said they didn't have a plan. Maybe they watched Batman, thought that one of the guys was cool. Do I look like a guy with a plan? Well, they definitely didn't look that way here. They did have their moves, they did have their plays, but in the end it wasn't enough, and Yellow Submarine are with this gonna secure that they're going to the playoffs, I think. If not, they are very, very close to it. Nah, they're pretty much going. Their next match is gonna be versus Green Esports, which is again a match where they are the favorites. But we have one more match left for the day. It's gonna be Rest Farmers versus Marsbet. Our last series of the day has been given a win directly to Nemiga. You saw that already on the schedule on our break screen, which we are going to be moving to once again now for 10 minutes and then coming back with the second best of 2 of the day.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet, play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service. Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live 2 lives at once, their own and their characters, to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are here with the second series of the day in the regional Dota 2 series. I'm Harry. Joining me is Bowie, who just finished his food. And Bowie, does that mean that you're going to be even more hyped up, even more energetic for this second series of the day?
Oh yes, baby. We have Rest Farmers here. I'm a big fan. I think they had decent performances in the qualifiers. They're not like, 100 level just yet, but I feel a lot of potential coming from this team, so very curious to see how far they're gonna go. But like when you look at their players, right, you have Shad and Adzentic, former D2 Hustler players that are, honestly underrated in my opinion. They just didn't really find that success that you expect from players of their caliber. You have Pablo Henskin as their supports, and Sive to top it off. So I to me, Rest Farmers are probably my top 3 of the whole tournament.
Okay. I feel like Mouse, Monte, and Dandelions are, you could make an argument that they might be better, all of them, but then again, in terms of names, Rest Farmers are probably like top 1 in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that Mouse kinda, I feel like honestly, the ceiling of Mouse is probably one of the highest here just because they have Immortal Faith as their coach. I feel like, in general, given enough time, he's able to shape up teams and form them into really strong, powerful machines. But I see, like, glances of the potential they have. And to me, they are also in my top 3. But looking at Dandelions and Monte, they played well Group A, but I think there's also an argument for Group A not being as strong as Group B. I feel like Just Better and Havu, barely got to play, and Navi Junior, they're like really close. It felt like they had really 4 really strong teams, whereas on Group B, I feel like they have 5.
Yeah, only NextUp here in Group B is having some issues, but you know what? I wouldn't write off them either all that much. We saw that they were actually giving Yellow Submarine a run for their money. Maybe they need some time to prepare better drafts. Here we have Nande, Wish, Mr. Luck, Bignum, and LeBron. As far as I know, Milky should be playing. No, wait. Is Milky stand-in for Nande? Yeah, he should be. No, that's no. Milky is a stand-in for. Wait. It's another team. He's a. I'm crazy. I'm crazy right now.
You started a conversation, man.
Exactly. I'm gonna end it as well.
Deal with this one.
Exactly. You can. He's a stand-in in Green Esports. Okay. That's where Milky is. And here in Marsbet we have Retsu instead of Nande.
Okay. We already see a very different approach here. Rupture being first phase banned, something that we didn't really get to see that first game. And the Gyro first phase ban is also pretty interesting. I know that LeBron does play a mean Gyro. Maybe they also want to try and dabble with the Enigma here on the side of Rest Farmer. So, taking that Gyro a bit easier, as they're just going to grab themselves a center, making use of that Mars ban that Rest Farmers picked up.
Oh, our viewers can't see it, but do you see the new banners of Rest Farmers? They didn't have this in the last time, and you know what it reminds me of? Like, there was a commercial maybe like 3 months ago about a shark suit. For farming, for sleeping, and
farming. Yeah. You just wear it and you get your scythe and you're in the field getting the crops. Okay.
Anyways, so it was a sleeping onesie that was being advertised on TikTok, and it was like one of those, drop shippers made millions on this one, blah blah type of things, and it was actually really popular with a lot of views. You are more of a TikTok guy than me. I'm guessing that you saw it as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure I saw that one specifically, but those onesies are, you know, they are popular. I remember, I think the first time I met, was he Shipsticked? I think he was. I think he was wearing a Tidehunter onesie, and I was so jealous because it seemed amazing. It was really cold in Seattle at the time, and she was just going, like, we were on a pub crawl or something. I think Weeha was there as well, and his brother. It was a wild night, but I never forgot the Tidehunter onesie, because it felt like she was having a lot of fun and was also protected from the surroundings. It felt great. I still wish I had one.
And if somebody comes close, you ravage, and that's it, right?
Exactly.
There's a problem. I also was pretty jealous of some people having onesies. So we were in Ukraine in the WePlay studios, and the lady that would dress us up, they usually had their own clothes and stuff, prepared, themed, and she would always, I mean not always, but usually come to work in a onesie. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna dress you guys all nice and suits and stuff, and then I'm gonna be here all cozy in a onesie. So yeah, I was quite jealous as well. But there will be a Kunkka, definitely goes hand in hand with their logo. I'm hoping that he's gonna have the shark boat.
Okay, so interesting draft. We don't get to see Clock a lot, so I'm assuming Marsbat is a Primal Beast team, because that does dissuade that hero. You know, there's some playful times Batrider and Clock can have together. You can flame break people inside the cogs as they try to leave. But in general, I still am trying to understand what this Clockwork's supposed to do. Maybe they're posturing this Skunk as off lane, and they are still considering a Darkseer into the draft. I think 18 Darkseer is always very strong if you feel like the safe laner is not really able to stand up to the Darkseer.
I'm thinking that we got too used to the so bad Batrider. I think here Pablo is going to be the bat, and this is a Handskin hero, and they're preparing for something like a Morphling to lane with it, maybe a Luna.
Morphling looks amazing 18 here. They have a fair amount of burst in the lane, but I think as time passes, you don't care as much. It's very easy for the Centaur for the Morphling to attribute shift the Hoof Stomp or even Waveform Way. So even though the lane could be hard, I still feel like you don't care to have Morphling. Like, honestly, there's very few games where Morphling seems terrible. You know, unless there's an AA. All of the Morphling counters in general aren't very popular right now.
I think Marsbet are gonna Morphling though, just as a deny pick. You know, get like a Morphling plus Tusk. Tusk is a great save for the Kunkka X. I actually wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I talked about Morphling destroying Kunkka game in whatever other game we were casting, and yeah, I mean, this is looking a prime Morphling game. What do you pick then? So you could go Morphling Urge if you want, or you could go Morphling Undying, 2 melees, or 2 overall pretty short range heroes in the offlane.
But what was the first hero that you recommended? Morphling?
Urge.
What is Urge?
It's just a different way to say ogre, but yeah.
In what language?
It's a meme, all right? People write this on Twitch chat, bro.
Really?
You know, that's Zoomer lingo right there. As they actually pick up the Luna. I was not expecting that. So they feel like this is strong enough to stand up to a Morphling? I am not sure.
Not 100% sold on this pick, to be honest.
Do you want dying then? Like, do you need a very strong position 5 hero here? Unless the techies is a 5 and they pick their mid.
Oh, this is a cool Elder Titan game. Better go Venge. Okay, standard. Safe for the Luna. That's fine. I feel like Luna with the Venge can, at some point in the game, outcarry anybody.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't necessarily give you the catch for the Morphling, though, which to me is the biggest problem they're gonna face. I would be 100% down for the Morphling here. I think Morphling with Kunkka Boat, bro, this is absolutely hard to kill. And they don't really have a bursty lineup. Like, the center is okay-ish, but as, you know, minute 25 plus, you don't kill that Morphling anymore.
Let's let's see. Will they pick it up? They have a lot of reserve time here to think about, but I would be very surprised. Like, I would be extremely surprised if they don't go that route. Because other range heroes that would lane well with the clock actually are not that good. But now we might see that Darkseer that you mentioned, right? Because there's a Luna on the other side. And it's really not a bad pick here. Luna plus the Venge Illusion, you get everything. This, I couldn't have guessed this in a bazillion years. Like, never.
Yeah, this is crazy. Because I think you were on the money. Like, when you look at, you're pretty much deciding, do I get more value out of this Darkseer Illusion against Luna Venge? Or do I feel like picking Morphling, that is this absolute menace of a hero, is the better option? And they don't go for neither. And is that even, like, I guess they don't have a lot of catch, so Quap, in a way, is similar to Morphling in the sense that it doesn't get killed easily, but is it even a good hero right now? I don't see this hero being picked up that much.
I actually don't think it's a good Quap game, because I can see the catch on Mars, but I just don't see the burst to kill the Morphlings who's gonna get the Morph off and survive. Or yeah, she would shift off. The Queen of Pain does not have that option. This hero is a lot squishier. Sure, you go for the Sanjin Kaya, but I'm not feeling it.
I mean, it's a lane dominator. They don't have overall last pick, but I wouldn't assume this Quap to be banned second phase, right? Like, when you look at the other heroes, Puck has to be banned. Pango has to be banned. They banned Medusa and... Okay, so what is the hero Marsbet is holding on to that they feel like Morphling is handled? Because Rest Farmer didn't pick up, so there's definitely some mind games here of, alright, whatever hero they can play mid is a Morphling counter. I'm gonna actually check what they play here on our boy Wish. Because I am confused.
He plays Coddle.
Okay.
He plays Windranger nowadays. Coddle I would like. No, I wouldn't. Lasso, Hookshot.
He plays Zeus. Maybe that's the one. He plays Zeus.
Zeus could be the one that actually allows you to burst the Morphling down before he starts shifting.
And it is a good Quap lane in general, because you should be able to... You don't win the lane, but you can pressure him. You can, make sure that his level 6 doesn't come as fast. So I guess I understand. Yeah, I would ban the Zeus pick Morphling. Because out of the other heroes, like Storm, honestly, not that strong. DK is banned, right? Yep, is banned. So Puck already handled. To me, that sounds pretty good.
Let's see what it's gonna be. They are.
Is there another aura hero they could play mid that would like make this ball from Marsbat really strong? Like some, I don't know, TA. Like
you could go TA. Like I wouldn't hate the TA.
You have like a 4-staff against the clock. You kind of tie with Quap. Depending on the lane, you could even win. They banned Storm. That's
okay.
They picked the TA. Okay.
This is a good TA pick, actually. We were talking so much about the Morphling, but if you look at the other side, their armor is really bad. And you are gonna be great in the lane with the versus a Centaur, because all of these spells from Marsbet, there's no overtime damage. I'm loving the Rest Farmers draft. I think they set themselves up for success. I wasn't that sold on the Queen of Pain, but I think they have everything. They have Roach taking potential, Tower taking potential, tempo, burst damage, catch, BKB piercing disables. Like, is there anything that this lineup doesn't do? And they do it quite well, actually. It's not like it's mediocre.
Yeah, I think they scale better on Marsbat. I feel like this Luna Venge is insane combination. Very easy to go high ground. But I think both drafts actually rely a lot on Aegis, and they do have the techies advantage to contest Roshan on Marsbat, which is something... I guess you have traps on Rest Farmers, so you do have a slight advantage as well, but I feel like in general, those traps can be super hard to play against. I'm thinking, like, this is a pretty even draft. I'm not a big fan of the Ember. To me, that's the only thing that kind of... I don't think it's necessarily a great lane against Quap. Like, yeah, you might dodge Dagger with a Sleight of Fist. But do you have catch with chains early to kill this Quap? If Mr. Luck goes for a very early blink, right? Like, Helm of Iron Will, Face Boots Blink, then I can see it.
The problem I see here for Marsbet is side lanes. Shad and Zibe very good at shoving in those side lanes, setting up for potential rotations of the Quap. It's going to be very hard for the supports to leave that lane, go and help the Ember Spirit, which would be good against the Queen of Pain, but that's not going to happen. Rest farmer heroes, on the other hand, before the Ember is level 6, are very good at catching him and killing him. So, I don't know. I still see Rest farmers as the better team. I'm definitely on their side.
I think this is close. I would say this is like a 55-45 for me. On the side of Rest farmers. To me, this Ember lane is going to dictate a lot. I feel like this hero is so momentum-based. You get a good lane. Sometimes you stomp. You get trashed. And this hero, he's supposed to farm fast, but it feels like he doesn't. They nerfed the Maelstrom as well, so I wonder if there's like a different build he's going to go for. Is this just like Mage Slayer? I guess there's some value against Quap and breaking the refractions. Maybe that's the path for him here.
We'll see if they do go that route, as Shad is going to be hiding in the shadows, waiting to surprise and assassinate somebody, but nobody's coming. Rest farmers. They're still waiting there. On the other side, Marsbet. They're also all of them together on the high ground. Pretty solid level 1s if you get the right engagement on both sides. But when you look at it running in from both of them, it could turn out into a disaster.
Yeah, you're against TA. Just respect the meld. And, you know, this is a lane against a melee hero as well. So there's even more of an argument for a shot to learn it. But indeed, he did pick it up. The side lane of Marsbet is going to be a problem because, as you can see, Sticky Bomb is usually the spell you get on techies. Level 2 seems really scary. Like, if you get level 2 faster on Rest Farmers, I don't think any one of these two heroes can die.
Okay, what about the mid lane? Right, Ember versus Quap. Is there an argument for an Ember to come out ahead in this one?
Nah. First levels are fine because Scream of Pain doesn't kill Flame Guard anymore. But once you get to level 3, you like it makes it pretty hard. And dodging that with Light of Fist can be tough, especially if the Quap's good. You just get close enough where like there's no reaction time. You have to be a god pretty much to be dodging those Scream of Pains.
Well, we'll see if Wish is a god. He's very well known for his Ember performances, so maybe it is a matchup that he's very comfortable with. Every single mid lane hero knows how to play versus a Quap, because even if it's not in the meta for like 2 years, you've still played versus this hero so many times that it's still in your muscle memory.
True. It's not a loss for the Ember. I think Ember has way worse lanes than this one. But yeah, Quap should be ahead. Quap should have better rune control as well, at least until level 6. And runes are going to be the name of the game for this particular match. You have both heroes really urging for those power runes. Whoever team is able to offset that advantage could gain a lot in the mid game.
In the first couple of waves, Marsbet are farming quite a lot better on the side lanes in particular. So very nice from them. We'll see if it does continue. Well, no, as Kunkka gets more levels in the Tidebringer, he becomes scarier and scarier in the lane, though. Same can be said for the Venge and the Luna. The right clicks of these two, they do hurt.
Yeah, and you know, talking about the Kunkka, this is one thing I couldn't kind of squeeze through the draft. When you look at Marsbet, they have no burst damage. I think that was established, which means this Kunkka will get all of those spells off during the fights. The Ghost Ship's going to be there. You also have Axe against the Stampede and the Ember. So this is a BKB game, and a game where you can force those BKBs with not that much effort from Rest Farmers. So I think their team fighting is going to be just a bit easier to execute.
Very true. It's always like that with the Kunkka. The hero is just way too good at team fighting. It used to not be that way, but they added a Thorn Storm. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Pablo was taking damage. He will survive, however, as the two girls, they do take a lot of damage, and Pablo secures a healing Lotus. A solid win there for Rest Farmers in the end, considering that the Kunkka didn't take any damage at all.
Yeah, and you get the Lotus as well. By the way, they are fully fleshed women, okay? So calling them girls, I think it's a little bit too dismissive. All right?
No, listen to me today. Today, me and my wife went to get ice cream. And the guy selling the ice cream, he literally used a word that is like even girl, but the word for the little girl in my language. Let's put it that way. And my wife was so happy about it. She is coming, she's smiling for the idea. Yeah, he called me a girl, right? So I'm sticking with girl. I think everybody likes to feel younger.
Does your wife looks like either Luna or Venge? Are they? Is she blue with
I'm gonna have
purple?
to think
Does she like purple?
More pinkish, but
Okay. Yeah, well, it's okay. Whatever makes her happy. As this bottom lane is honestly pretty happy for this Luna, right? 24-6. This Kunkka struggling more than I thought he would. That's kind of a strong lane, but they poke a lot. I wouldn't say they have full potential on side of Marsbat.
Yeah, not really. LeBron though, getting gone on the torrent completely off the mark. LeBron doesn't want to wash his face. He feels very rested already, so we'll be able to juke out everything, proving that is the case.
Mid lane is slight win. I think that's exactly how this lane is supposed to go for Atlantic. Slight win in CS. Ember probably had to buy a bit more consumables, but in general, can't stand his ground, especially 3 points in that Flame Guard.
Didn't go for any point in the Shadow Strike in the co-op, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah. That's the build. It's too easy to dodge with the Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, I've seen though that Shadow Strike, like following the Ember, and then once he lands, it still connects on him. I don't know what it relies on.
Yeah, like it depends on the order of the creeps that you go through. Zibe here gets jumped up.
He's still alive. He's still alive. The torrent will be used. Obviously, is being surrounded, and it seems that it is going to be LeBron that kicks the bucket first. The Kunkka does not even die. Uses the X, goes back to base. Will be coming back almost full. As a nice turnaround from Rest Farmers in the first rotation from Marsbet off the mark.
Henskin, he gave the salve to Kunkka, so he couldn't actually use it. I don't know what happened there. Just a bit of miscommunication. As mid lane, time for that power rune, and Quap is dead.
Oh boy, the sticky bomb sticks to you. It doesn't matter if you blink away. It's still gonna be doing the damage. The second that it got stuck, it's over. That's kind of weird, right? It should be if you TP to base or something that it stays. But whatever. Fine. That's a nice skill for them for sure.
I was actually watching. I think it was Nomad and T casting the Western European qualifiers yesterday, and they were talking about nerfs to techies because they feel like the whole mines detecting smokes thing is too strong. Do you feel like that has to be nerfed? And two, do you have a suggestion?
I mean, a suggestion would be when you're smoked, you can just go over mines, but I think it's
that feels weird though, right?
Key integral part to the hero, so
yeah. Maybe you don't get a sound cue when they explode if you're smoked? Like, you actually have to be looking at it?
Sure, but I don't see it as something that needs to be nerfed. In my mind, that's just not the case. Techies is not like the strongest hero that he was, and you were still able to deal with him even when he was at his peak, so I don't see it as a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. It does feel like Vision heroes, and they're always gonna be strong in this game, so it is like one. I like what they did with Techies, because in the past it felt like, especially with this new version, he was supposed to be this like, oh, I'm gonna kill people in lane type hero, whereas now he's not as strong in the lane, but he does have this very tactical advantage that can be like totally negligible if you're a potato player, but also has like a really high skill ceiling. That's a level 5 clock, by the way.
Yep, very high level. Xantic standing his ground fighting the Ember. The Tekis is dropping low, and a Stampede will not save him, as you can still not be faster than sound. The Scream of Pain runs him down.
Oh, yeah. It's a big kill. Stampede forced. Rest Farmers having a pretty decent time. The TA has a lot of CS. It's only the Kunkka struggling, honestly. And, you know, this hero can farm stacks. They do have a couple of stacks in the triangle as well. Going for LeBron.
That's a dead Venge. Very, very dead Venge.
Okay.
So what's next, Bowie, in this game? Like, where are the first rotations gonna be happening? What's the...
Well, I think the first rotations are gonna be created by Handskin. I feel like Hookshot on the Dire side is really what sets up these fights. Only one pointing X for CB, so he doesn't really have all that reach. Whereas for Marsbat, it's more about connecting to this Ember. I feel like he's the one that sets these fights up with his chains. So he relies on these supports, or even the Centaur, to go to where he is for those fights to happen. And looks like he is rotating towards Pablo. This should be a kill.
With the follow-up magic missile, they'll have more than enough damage to finish him off. So Pablo will get taken down. So Bowie, was it you a couple of days ago that I asked you what's the speed of light?
I think we had a conversation, yes.
Yeah, okay, so you answered correctly. But now I'd say probably a tougher question. A speed of sound. You don't have to know the exact number. Like,
I think I do. Isn't it like 2,000 meters a second? No. Kilometers an hour? Is it?
It's like, I think it's 300 meters per second and around 1,200 kilometers per hour.
Oh.
I don't know the exact. There's like exact numbers, like 1,200 something, right? But that's why I said you don't have to know the exact number. As we're gonna be looking at the odds here, the numbers here on the screen looking quite juicy. And also, when I tell you that you're gonna be getting a 120% deposit bonus with the promo code 1XRLGEU with the banner down below, then they are gonna be looking even juicier, much more impressive than some speed of sound, speed of light stuff.
You know, do you have a problem with the word moist? Because I feel like there's this whole debate, you know, that people hate that word. Like, they just don't like the word moist. I don't know. People think it's, like, nasty or something.
What? Okay, Bowie, I do spend some time on the internet, but you go into some depths that I haven't been in just yet, and just tell me where it is.
Definitely, yeah, I am. How do they say? It's like when you're, it's something online, like when you're just, damn, I forgot the word. There's definitely a Zoomer lingo for this.
Oh boy.
Okay, give me a second. When you are online too much, lingo Zoomer.
Oh, you need to teach me this Zoomer lingo, because I want to watch the new streamers and actually understand at least one or two words when they're speaking. As there will be a stampede to run away as LeBron onto the high ground. He does swap the battle, and unfortunately he had the Firefly Ember.
Dodge with the slide of fish.
Yep. I don't want to hear your screaming, woman. As Wish does get himself away from the other side. Mr. Luck comes up, and there it is. There's gonna be the Sonic Wave now. So this time around, the screams will be heard, but just Hanskin trying to escape unsuccessfully. Xantic, please pick up the rune. He will. It kind of does blend into the water there.
He dodged Hookshot and Scream of Pain with one slide of his. Holy macaroni, that Wish Ember. It's been a while since I've actually been impressed with Ember, and not only he like held his own in the laning stage, he is looking pretty good now. Looking for Zibe.
That is not an easy kill, but I think with the three of them, it's gonna be quite good. Okay, the rum buff while he was full. That makes it a hard kill. And looking from the other side, they're coming with the smoke, with the Queen of Pain and the Clockwork. This is taking too much time. Xantic just jumps into all of them. Let's go now. Slowing down the Everspin, has the Orchid. A couple more hits are gonna do it. The Flame Guard protects him from the Soul burned, but in the end he still dies, and Zibe escapes. It's not going to be going on LeBron. Maybe if he waited a second with the Wave of Terror, he would have been able to finish him off, but the run buff was still persisting, and all 3 of the hunters will become hunted.
And look at the build here from Rest Farmers. Orchid on both Kunkka and Quap. So Stampede, Slide of Fizz, good luck escaping any of those heroes. I honestly love Rest Farmers item build. This is really what they need. Usually, you kind of need to be at least even in the laning stage, and they got just that. You know, Kunkka struggled a little bit, but will also finish his Orchid in about, I don't know, maybe a minute. This is still really fast.
Okay, so you have a little bit more of a younger soul than me and Otomo. I kind of poked at him that he doesn't understand the Rest Farmers logo, but I don't understand it either. Like, why is this shark their logo? As there will be a hook shot. They didn't the Sonic Wave as well. And now, Ember is super fast at Xantic. I think he overestimated his damage dealing potential, and he will be jumping away, surviving this, and denying Ninvi's Rune as well. Xantic is doing work, but they still lose 2 heroes.
Yeah, just they were a little bit out of gas there. Way too many Mars bad heroes. I will get back to your logo question, but I just found out, and it's chronically online. That is definitely the sickness that I have. You know, it gives me all of those cool lingos, and I can explain to you, but it also makes me probably too much of a weirdo for anyone but my girlfriend to like me.
No problem.
Yeah,
no
kind of
problem.
like.
You can wait for Elon Musk and his chips, and then you can be permanently online, not just chronically. So easy.
That is true. Permanently and chronically online. Yeah, that's my dream. I want to be in the Matrix, just playing Dota as I watch the 15th season of The Office.
Then you come to the cast and your eyes are just going left and right. Yeah, like what?
I don't need eyes, bros. I need webcams. I need 2 webcams. Way better than eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Some cyberpunk stuff. But please come back to my logo question. Explain this logo to me. Why is he wearing an axe? It's a farmer.
I have no, like, isn't this like a straw? Is like a One Piece reference with the straw hat?
I feel like it's just a farmer's hat. Like, you know those farmers that in mouth they have like a piece of grass, and then they have the straw hat, and then they're going to farm. But I don't understand the axe.
And it feels like it's a really thick shark, right? His arm is kind of shredded, and he looks bulky. I guess it's just like it's a fat shark that farms all day and gets gold.
With an axe. Nice swap there to stop the lasso. And Slaughterfish is doing so much damage. Xantic's in a lot of trouble. He stops the blast off with the Sonic Wave, allowing him to live. The boat will come through, stunning Mr. Luck and barely surviving there on the quad. But again, Xantic is making the play. Shad joining in on the fight. I think he's going to be regretting his choice. He's going to have the refractions in a second. Gonna need some time to break through those. Here comes the double edge. Hoof stomp at the ready fairly soon. Shad turns around, gets the kill in, and will be running away. I cannot believe how they're surviving again. And Xantic on single-digit HP twice. Retsu will finally start bringing heroes down, but that could have been so much worse for Rest Farmers.
Oh, this game is so close, but this Luna being involved this early allows them to win that fight. He already has Manta, so the Orchid's already losing a little bit of value, and this will be another tower here for Mars. I mean, their first tower actually, but I think the first of many, because this Luna Venge combination just gives Retsu so much more confidence moving forward.
You were thinking about the tournament. Another tower for Mars Bet in this regional Dota 2 series.
Exactly. Now, on the side of Rest Farmers, they do have Blink on our boy Pablo, so that is one thing they can try and explore a little bit. It's just that this Ember is feeling so tanky with the Maid Slayer. He's going to get the Flame Guard talent as well at some point. It's not that easy to kill when you have Swap available.
Definitely not. And once he has a Maelstrom, that's when his damage skyrockets. Today I've seen some farmed spirits. Usually the Ember and the Void Spirit, they fall quite a lot behind. Today
Yeah.
we saw a relatively strong Void Spirit. Now we have a relatively strong Ember. And Marsbet are looking dominant in this game. I mean, Luna ahead of the TA, that's not going to be good for rest farmers.
Yeah, and Gaben agrees as well. 70%. Even I wouldn't give them that much of an advantage. But yeah, like their ball is just stronger. Like if they can group up, take towers, the fight is hard to take. Like you need to make sure that you initiate with the X and you burst him through that duration so you can counteract the swap. If any hero survives that duration, then like you spend so much to kill one person and they will counteract with the Stampede and just jump your backline.
There's the Deso from the TA. That's a big deal. Zantic on the other side. There is gonna be Cogs onto the Centaur. Silenced up, both coming. Nice swap, but he get pulled back in, and now both LeBron and Mr. Luck, they're surviving. Now it's Marsbet's turn to survive. Turning around on the Luna left alone, a blast off onto the four of them. Now you die. Now you explode, and it is nighttime, so the chase is on. Retsu, he sees everything. Sticky bomb sticking to Zibe, but the life. His spirit won't be sticking to his body any longer. Marsbet get themselves 4 heroes, and that buyback of the clockwork accomplished absolutely nothing.
Bro, we didn't talk about this. There is a Shivas on this Mr. Luck Center. He didn't go Blink. He didn't go... like, he just went Shivas. So how the hell do you fight them? Because they have Venge Aura, they have Luna Aura, they have Shiva's Aura, they have Mage Layer applied to everyone. You just don't have the damage to kill anyone.
And it was shown there. It was really shown. They gave their all to kill the Centaur, even X'd him. The swap did nothing apart from giving him the shield, and you still couldn't bring him down. Marsbet are in such a dominant position. They're going around the map, getting kills, not allowing any cuts of the ways. That was a solo kill for Wish. Nobody needs to assist him.
Oh yeah, Klopp tries to get the tower there. Mr. Luck will get the deny. Very nicely done. And I mean, they are starting to be in a position where they can easily Roche, I think, Marsbet. It's obviously scary against the Batrider team, so you have to make sure the waves are pushed. But once it's daytime, I think they can just group up bottom, take tier 1, and force this Roshan. And yeah, maybe Rest Farmers is going to try and contest, but you might have enough of a net worth advantage at this point that you can still take the fight.
And they're gonna have a blink on the Centaur, so initiation tool for Marsbet is now there. It's a completely different story when they initiate on the Centaur and they still lose the fight. What happens when the Centaur chooses when it starts?
Very true. I mean, it was such a good game for Henskin as well. He got his 6 early. I think he missed his first hook shot. Some of the other ones were okay. But Marsbet, they always bring the numbers, and they're right. They just have this better team fighting, and they will smoke with that blink you mentioned. They find Pablo. That's the best target. Yeah,
see if they can get him. Move stomp, fall up stuns, lockdown, and the chains. Wish gets the kill. Instantly, they're going for more. They still have the smoke on these 3 heroes. Wish wasn't part of it, but he broke it.
Maybe you get this tower and go for the Wisdom Rune, right? You don't have to go Roche. You can still steal the Wisdom.
They're gonna be late. No, they're not gonna be late. If they start moving right now, it's theirs.
Yep, there you go. No way. I mean, they know, so they're gonna try and trade. Henskin has the hook shot.
Oh, there it is. You go. Chains, nicely done. He's gonna forfeit his life for this, but pretty much worth it.
Yeah, definitely worth it. They also force them to TP to get out of position, but that's still, look at those Luna Illusions bottom. They're gonna do so much damage here.
Yep, that's tier 2. Will not be half HP, but very close to it, and
oh, Orchid? Oh, the Trap Silence, not enough though.
Yep. Hollow will live, now the turnaround. And the Retsu is too strong. He has the charge, he's just gonna be running forward. Wish dropping low, he's like, should I dig my own grave? No need, buddy, you have the 1 charges to play with, and they're looking towards Shad. Let's see if he can get the blink away. Nicely done. Glader delivered. Then the Ember at the moment, so you can rejoin the fight and be a huge nuisance. Rest farmers, they're feeling helpless here.
Yeah, they are, and like this has to be one of the best Luna performances I've seen in a long time. I think it's more about the synergy that Luna has in the draft than just Retsu playing well, which he is playing really well. But yeah, they just walk towards anyone and there's no response. Like the squad had a great Orchid timing, the Kunkka as well, but Orchid is a pick-off item, right? And if they are playing together, which is honestly what Marsbet was gonna do anyways, if they just play together, those Orchids lose a lot of their value.
That is a 6k gold lead right now. Retsu has the Aegis, and these tier 2s, they're gonna be easy grabs for Marsbet. The only thing you can do for rest farmers is shove out waves, but it's not what your lineup is good at. You want to fight with this lineup, and you can't. Gleipnir on the Queen of Pain, Silence onto the Ember. He's gonna chase for this one for sure. Nah, decides not to. As Handskin does die on the bottom lane. Not sure what he was doing there, but isn't gonna work out for him.
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty much every single tier 2 tower. It feels like rest farmers, anytime they even attempt to posture, they get killed. So I think this is a position where you're like, okay guys, let's just cut waves, let's farm the enemy side of the map, give away every single tier 2. Hopefully we can take a fight with no ages and some other timings, and those timings are gonna be the Daedalus on Shad, and I mean, there's already BKB on Atlantic, so he is relatively ready to fight. I guess it's mostly the eggs on Zibe that they're lacking.
Tormentor stolen and LeBron gets the shard. Also quite interesting, rest farmers didn't pop their glyph when their first tier 2 was dying, so could have bought 7 seconds for themselves, decided not to.
True, lasso on the end. I mean, they're not killing this guy.
Oh, they didn't swap. Not sure why. The Stampede, I guess they wanted to fight aggressively, and it worked out quite nicely for them. Handskin going for a TP out. Yeah, because he wanted Handskin dead. Obviously, well played, LeBron.
So they did cut the wave with Seabed. That's nice. There's not going to be too much more loss, but I guess the only other hero they could lose is Seabed because everyone died.
And they're going to lose him.
For this. Yeah, they will. Hello. He has
no
haze.
BKB. Okay, that should allow him to live.
Okay. All right. We'll finish his eggs as well. He's 50 gold away. Only needs to kill Mr. Mustachio here.
Wait, that's a late Aghanims though. He is so underfarmed. When we saw those Orchids, we thought, yeah, they're gonna kill people. And then the Shiva's Guard came out, and suddenly you're not killing anyone. Also, I like that the Centaur has a Gossamer Cape as well. He's like, yeah, DA, you like that one first hit? Not gonna happen.
Very true. They are also going for an Eternal Shroud on the center, so he's even tankier now against the magic damage. Yeah, this game is looking very rough. Still 2 minutes on these Aegis somehow. It felt like they have it for so long. Pablo dies. I think there's a full butterfly on Retsu in about 400 gold. So you still could potentially poke high ground with butterfly as they find Shad. No BKB.
That's a problem. He's gone. Usually with a TA, you're thinking, if they touch me, I'm just gonna blink away, but Gleipnir connects on him. The projectile is actually really fast.
Yeah, I mean, the itemization on Marsbat has been really, really good. That Shivas, you just don't see it anymore, but in this game, it was the perfect pickup. They just grouped up. Absolutely no chance for rest farmers to take any fights. And obviously the Gleipnir into a TA that doesn't go BKB just makes it much easier to lock her down, kill her.
Butterfly is done, the tier 3 is done, and we all know what happens to your base once the Luna enters. You
base?
Just cannot move. Exactly.
I don't see a base, I see Glaives.
Yeah,
oh, good swap.
The Kunkka, Hoof Stomp as well. He just bought the Aghanim Scepter, not going to be a part of this fight. They could go for another lane of racks, maybe even tier 4s.
Tier 4s?
Yeah, they're gunning for tier 4s.
Oh my. I mean, that's a Kunkka no buy. Even though the TA is going to spawn, this is still a really tough fight.
I think they got it.
I think they do as well.
Yeah, you can't get close. The tier 4s are going to die. I mean, you have to fight. Let's see. Traps are still there. TA is back to the world of the living. The Hookstone Clockwork goes down. They're giving away their lives. Do they protect the throne? Lasso doesn't last for even half a second as they're gonna die immediately. They're trying to kill the Luna. They're not killing anybody. He's killing them. They call GG. A very fast game. Marsbet, they win in 27 minutes. Rest Farmers, so far, they look like this unstoppable team, and they just got taken to school by Marsbet.
Yeah, this draft from Marsbet looked really strong. I mean, I think just looking at it, you wouldn't expect it to be too strong, but I think they squeezed out every ounce of advantage the draft can bring. Like, you don't see 5-man, like Luna joining 12-minute fights and center with Shivas that much. But whatever it is that they found there with those timings and those heroes worked for them. And they didn't really make a single mistake once they started winning fights. So kudos to them. I think they played a little bit of a different style with C Dispatch, but it just worked flawlessly.
Yeah, they went for this death ball. We are stronger than you, then we cannot die type of lineup, and it worked out. It worked out well. It was actually beautiful, Bowie. Game 2 though, I know that you are a big fan of Rest Farmers. Do you think they'll be able to take it back?
I think so. I think now after seeing this draft, you take away most of those heroes. It felt to me like that was a very well rehearsed type of strategy. You know, that they played a little bit, that they know the ins and outs of. So yeah, maybe keep the Centaur. Make sure you steal at least the Avenger, the Luna, and then you bend the other one. And I think it should be much better showing for them.
We'll see if Rest Farmers are going to be able to take away that rehearsed lineup of the side of Marsbet, or will Marsbet be able to make a solid upset and get a 2-0. But all of this after a short break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live two lives at once, their own and their characters, to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And welcome back to the regional Dota 2 series here with our last game of the day. As I said, our last best of 2 unfortunately will not be played as Nemiga will get a default win, but we are here to watch MarsBet and Rest Farmers game 2. Bowie, game 1, we were, you know, torn on the draft but still went with Rest Farmers as we believed them to be the favorites. They got demolished in 25 minutes. How did that happen?
Yeah, I think I guess cheese might be a strong word, but there was definitely a bit of a strategy that they were saving here for MarsBet, and it looked really good. I had my doubts about the carry pickup that Rest Farmers ended up going for. I felt like Morphlane could be stronger than the TA, but at the end of the day, I think you would still have lost. Like, I don't think there was necessarily a carry pickup that could stand up to all of that pressure that MarsBet applied. If one thing I would change the Orchid on Kunkka, because I guess if it was only Kunkka, I could have seen it. They had 2 Orchids against a team that was supposed to play together, and they could never really utilize the full value of it. So maybe if you had an early Eggs on the Kunkka, those team fights could have been possible, right? We saw that the Centaur running away with 200 HP in one fight. If you have the Eggs instead of the Orchid there, you definitely get that kill. So easier said than done, but to me, it's mostly a question of pushing MarsBet away from the heroes that they played. So far, though, they are keeping their same band, so curious to see how Rest Farmers is going to try and deal with this.
We'll see what they'll do. So Rest Farmers, Gyro, and the Centaur. Okay, they don't want to be playing versus the Centaur. For me, you know, we're looking at the Venge, we're looking at the Luna, but for me, the itemization and the approach from the Centaur was what won them the game in the end, right? If in that fight, remember, when the swap came out, when they pulled him back with the next Centaur dies there, I think the game starts to go in a different direction. So he was definitely the main guy.
Yeah, definitely true. I think it was a great showing from MarsBet in that regard, as they're going to take away the Brew and the DK. So overall, similar bans. Do you steal one of them? No, still keep the Batrider. So wouldn't be surprised to see Venge picked up here by MarsBet if you still want to force that type of play. And I think there's no reason not to try and steer your draft towards that direction. I think Venge is a natural Batrider counter, and you don't necessarily only need the Luna to play the same way. You can play Lina, you can play Morphling. There's a ton of other heroes who kind of work synergistically.
It's gonna be a Mars. I was always a fan of the Mars versus the Batrider, because if you see one of your guys get caught, you can still put the arena around the Batrider and he still can't get him out. So it works definitely nice versus him. It used to not be as good versus a core Batrider who would go first item BKB, but versus the support bats, it actually works out quite nicely.
Yeah, it's definitely good. The center is banned anyway, so you don't care about picking Mars here. As so this is definitely a little bit of a different approach with the Mars. I think you could try and pick up more of a bursty position 4. So in the past we used to see Hoodwink. That hero for some reason is dead despite having no changes. We saw so much of her, and now I guess it was mostly Mage Slayer the reason why the hero felt that strong. What else do you play? I guess you could Mirana, maybe? Marsbet feels like it.
They could pick it up here. It's not out of the question, but you were talking about the Venge. I still see it as a possible hero, but I'd rather see a bursty type support now. We saw some techies. I don't know if I love it versus the Bat Rider, but I think it worked out fine in the previous game, so why not now?
5 seconds.
They are. Yeah, I like the Venge. You can get the Venge here and then pick your carry later on. Huh.
Sven. Wasn't expecting that, especially not versus a BKB piercing disable on the other side. Very interesting pick. Do you just go light? Oh no, it's banned out. Okay, Lifestealer is banned out. Now this, I like it a little bit more now. If the Lifestealer was in the pool, you would get Lifestealer so hard.
I think they're gonna Dusa as rest farmers. Like, you can 18 the Dusa, and unless Mars bet, I guess there is a Mars, so that is what makes the Dusa a little bit sus. But they will get this Tusk that honestly, I love this hero, but I feel like in the last 6 months that I cast Tusk, very rarely see it winning, so it kind of gives me bad vibes. But I get what they're doing with it. Shards and Static Link, Shards and Batrider are all work nicely in conjunction. In fact, I think that was the exact 3 heroes we saw in the other series playing together, but they lost anyways.
Yep. And this is a good Phoenix game. It really is a great Phoenix game. With the Gyro being banned out, Medusa now is not that good of a pick. She's solid at killing the egg, but not perfect. Doesn't have the strongest attack speed. Plus, you have the Arena to protect the egg. Though, I think this opens up a good Morphling pick for rest farmers. In the previous game, they kind of didn't go for it. I think this time around, you definitely should.
I love the Morphling here again. You don't care about Arena, you can stand up to this Sven, you destroy Phoenix, you work well with Tusk. Yeah, it's an amazing Morph game. Unless they pick AA here or some really weird counter that there's not that many. You know, there's going to be a Vessel on the Phoenix, but I don't think you care as Morph.
Not really. You are missing out on some burst on Mars bet still. You have the Sven and the Mars, I guess, but Marses go more of an utility build nowadays. So I would get some magic damage, be it on your mid lane or on your position 5.
Like, because they play that Zeus on Wish, I wouldn't even feel bad about picking Zeus here. Because you don't care about shards, you don't care about Static Link. But yeah, they will pick this Dark Willow instead. Works very well with the spear, right? You can pin the person towards a different bramble, so you get a lot of damage in the lane stage.
God's Rebuke as well. We'll see where it lanes. Sometimes the Phoenix lanes with the Mars, though it's probably gonna be the Dark Willow in the off lane versus a Tusk, right? If you go for a Shadow Realm and your tag team is pretty much wasted.
This is a strong lane for Marsbat. I wonder, like, there is an argument against picking Morphling just because the lane is really hard. I think that's the same reason they didn't play game 1. But I feel like a very confident Morphling player would still play through it. I feel like you can still, like, you can get some good rotations in the lane anyways, because both Batrider and Tusk are great at going through the Twin Gates. And you just... yeah, you maybe die once or twice, but you still scale really well anyways.
I would go for it. I would most definitely go for it. In my mind, there's no reason not to.
You could make the Dark Willow.
Okay, that's actually an amazing pick for them, especially because they have ways to cover for it. You ban out the Void Spirit, maybe +1 that is annoying to you. Kunkka is a good laner versus the Puck. And suddenly this Puck is untouchable in the game.
Okay, so what do you ban here? I mean, does Shad not play? I'm actually gonna check if he plays Morphling.
He should play Morphling. I know him as a Morphling player. I think.
5 seconds
Okay,
remaining.
so. Okay, I'm actually.
What are you checking? Dota 2 Pro Tracker?
Yeah, I'm not finding his Dota buff because for some reason, when you write Shad Liquid Dota buff, it shows like a lot of highlights of him instead of his account, which is annoying. So I had to open Liquipedia and find his profile.
I see no
Morphling
actually.
is his. Oh, actually, it's his 12th most played here, and he only has 40% win rate with it. Oh, that's why they're not picking it. I think they're just not confident.
Okay, I'm gonna go through his heroes now on the... You know what he plays a solid amount of? A Arc Warden. Versus a Sven, that would be a bad pick.
Yeah, I think this... There's not a lot of... I guess Bloodseeker is a hero that I was thinking about, because that hero got a lot of buffs. I feel like he kind of synergized with this very early tempo draft that they have. Once you have BKB on this Bloodseeker, you can kill the egg, you don't care about Willow, you don't care about Arena. I wouldn't be mad against this Bloodseeker.
I wouldn't love it either, though. Not gonna lie. There's not a lot of catch on Mars bet, I guess. You know what would be a solid pick? A Weaver. Weaver is actually not half bad here.
It's decent-ish, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, Willow can protect herself against you. I feel like you kind of need BKB to commit on the Mars as well.
Any melee heroes? We're going for it, but it could be Tusk laning. It could be Shad Razor and them just picking an offlaner now. I feel like that could be a solid approach, but then you need an offlaner that's gonna have solid attack speed to deal with the egg. Nah, it's...
Doesn't exist, I think, that hero.
Too much.
Yeah, it's kind of a pretty awkward position, I feel like Rest Farmers is. You could go the TA route again, technically. Although... Oh, they banned the TA instead. Okay. So then...
The Void Spirit.
They did. They're not afraid of... I mean, they don't have the catch for the Void Spirit. I think that's a very straightforward, as they're gonna get the PA here. I don't like it.
You are getting Zeused, right? Are they getting Zeused? They are getting Zeused.
Either that or Void Spirit. I think both were good.
I don't see Wish playing it. You know what he plays? The Wind Ranger. That could be a way to go.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to pick something that can protect itself against the PA. So I think Zeus isn't that hero. Like, it's even with the jump, you can easily get vision with the dagger and jump the Zeus from really far away. I think Pango works as well. They're gonna go... Okay, that's so much confidence in the Ember. And I gotta say, he did play a mean Ember Spirit in that game. And you have chains into Brambles, into so many other disables here. I don't think it's a great Ember game, but Wish just has his way around the hero. So I can appreciate the cockiness here.
I mean, it's a good Ember game in terms of surviving. It's not a good Ember game in terms of killing, right? Because out of all of the Spirit Brothers, he keeps his distance. He doesn't get coiled that easily. Gets away from the lasso. Gets away from the static link. But how do you kill this Puck? And this is one of Azantic's best heroes. So I just don't know how you bring him down.
Yeah, I think this is the type of game where... Really, you need a Vise on the Mars. This is probably like a Blink BKB Vise game for Mr. Luck. Even the Phoenix, right? We're seeing more and more the straight up Vise rush on Phoenixes because you can get that mana regen item and just do a lot. You just flash farm the entire game. You have Tranquil Boots to sustain your HP. But yeah, you need like a perfect Bramble on Azantic into Willow OT, and that's how you can maybe kill this Puck. I think this is an even better draft for Rest Farmers than they had game one. This PA, I'm a bit skeptical of it, but if it goes late enough, they didn't fix the bug, by the way. Do you know you can still crit with the
Ravenous
item
Verge?
there? Yeah, you just turn it on, drop it on the ground, pick it up, and it crits. Yeah, I'm not sure if they fixed it, but yesterday it was working. Yep.
Okay, I'm down for that. So looking at the odds, Rest Farmer is slightly favored here by our sponsors. Okay, that's gonna be cool if he goes that route on Shad. Though I see one side not being able to catch a mid laner, the other side can't catch the mid laner either. Though you know what? I'm looking at Marsbet as the lineup who can itemize to catch the enemy mid laner. I don't see the same for Rest Farmers, and that's scaring me, Bowie, not gonna lie. I think I'd rather play the Marsbet lineup, but Azantic Puck is still for me the X factor in every game.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like Puck is just a better hero in general, right? You get a Witchblade and you start killing noobs. You really don't care about Dark Willow. All of your spells go through it. As long as your Witchblade hit goes, you just kill all of those supports. Even the Phoenix can die. So the peel on the side of Rest Farmers is very strong with this Puck. And I think Marsbet, they have to play committal a bit more.
Handskin. He got into 2 brambles. It's not gonna cost him his life in the end, so it's fine. That's 3 runes for Rest Farmers, if I'm seeing correctly, and I am.
Very, very nice. Extra gold at the beginning. That Sven lane could also be pretty problematic, right? Just having all of your damage sapped with the ice shards. There's really... I guess you do have a little bit of the Fire Spirit's slow attack speed. But you're still attacking through your static link, and you're just still preventing Retsu from right-clicking in the lane and getting CS.
Oh. Mid lane, Puck versus the Ember. This should be an Ember winning in terms of CS in the start. So
yeah,
that should still be the advantage that the Ember should have in general.
Although Azantic here already level 2, we'll have. And the thing that you can phase shift through the chains, it feels so good for the Puck. Like, you don't care about chains whatsoever.
I guess that's why you get multiple points in the Flame Guard, I think, in this lane, 2 or 3 at least. And you farm, you shove out the wave. Puck farming under the tower is not gonna have the easiest time at all. Though both of the mid laners are farming well. Let's focus on the side lanes. Sven versus a Razor, and also there's a Phoenix. I guess you can't get kills with Razor Tusk because of the Fire Spirits, but you can most definitely stop the Sven from farming.
Yeah, I mean, you can always utilize the downtime of Fire Spirit, especially level 1. It's huge. Whoever gets level 2 as well has a big advantage, and it's close, and it is going to be Marsbet. They're not going to have any... Yes, it is hard to commit on Seabe.
Yeah, 50 seconds cooldown. That's once every 2 waves, and you can use the tag team once every wave. So that is the way to go. Be aggressive as much as you can. As we are going to be looking at the top lane, Mars always going to be a hero that's farming well. This is the downside of the PA. Her laning phase is a catastrophe.
Yeah, it is definitely not the strongest lane. I think the early levels got a big buff with the cast range on Dagger, but it's still a bit meh. In this lane, the route from Dark Willow definitely makes things a bit harder, but you can always blink towards creeps or towards your Batrider. So you're gonna be poked a lot, but I would be surprised if Shad dies as well. He's just not gonna farm as much. I think both carries have a pretty tough time. These are not welcoming lanes for either side.
The problem is that the Mars is going to be much more farmed than the Razor. Razor is not nearly as easy to farm with as the Mars is, and that's where things become very, very scary for you. And of course, when your name is Marsbet, you most definitely have a buff on the hero. That's how Dota works.
True. And Mars just utilizes gold faster and earlier, right? Whereas the Razor, you need BKB. Like, your timings come a bit later. It's a greedier type hero in a way. I think a lot of people consider Razor to be this fast-paced, run-at-you type hero, but you need BKB. Like, you need items. Most Razors these days, you just see them farming a lot. pretty much ATF style.
Yeah, you have to. It's just how aggressive can you farm to dissuade the enemies from going for you and still get massive amounts of it. That's the main thing about this hero. If you can pinpoint that, you are gonna know the ins and outs of Razor in general.
That said, though, the mid lane here very even, literally even right now. So Adzentic definitely holding his own against a relatively favored matchup just because Ember is melee. Some good stacks as well from LeBron. Already got a medium camp stack in the bottom side here.
Nice. Pablo got the water rune, so no water rune for the Ember Spirit. As Zebe is gonna get pressured a bit now that they find that one out, and he's just gonna be going forward. He feels like he can, and he seems to be right.
Does take a lot of damage here, but Pablo is back, has a salve, so should be able to top his offlaner off once he can get some distance from those spells. I mean, pretty slow lanes, right? I think they have a lot of kill potential, but they're just poking a lot, not necessarily finding kills.
Oh, did he stop his salve? Yep, he did. Now the Tusk is gonna need to give him his, but that's not gonna be nearly as enough health. Actually, with the healing Lotus, he's gonna be back up to full. But still, 2 healing salves. Nicely done by LeBron.
I did backpack his items there as well on the Razor to get some extra efficiency. But I mean, the Razor is farming, like, the CS is very good in every lane, right? This is not the type of game where someone is clearly struggling. It feels like everyone is trading. And I think in this position, I do favor Marsbat a little bit. As we said, the timings on Marsbat in general are going to come faster. Ember, Mars, they're kind of run-at-2 type heroes, whereas with Puck, you need Witchblade. With Razor, you need BKB. With EA, I mean, you need a lot of time.
Well, Retsu is going to get targeted. He could have TP'd out, decided not to. And that could cost him his life. Has 10 stick charges, should be able to live, especially with the Icarus dive slowing down his enemies. And Mr. Luck gets the kill on the top lane. And I've seen this Handskin Batrider really like moving into brambles. And it's gonna be... he's gonna be paying with his life this time around because of it.
Time for the runes here. Will Adzentic be lucky? No, another shield rune for Wish.
Good luck killing this guy.
Retsudo, bottom lane.
He's fine. The rotation of the Dark Willow. Pablo dropping low. Has the Fairy Fire. LeBron. Okay, he wants the bigger fry and the bigger fish. No, Pablo. He got the Healing Lotus. He needs to give it to Zibe. He's actually going into fight. And okay, now they decide to kill him. Has saved the life of the Razor, who is thinking about turning your in a 1 versus 3 scenario with literally 1 hit to kill you. Zibe, this is not a move that you want to go for.
Yeah, just pokes that salve that LeBron was using on himself. Overall, you force some rotations, you allow Shad to now go for Mr. Luck, and that is another kill here in that lane, and that's a Wisdom Rune steal as well. Not too shabby.
Phoenix is in the vicinity. You can dive and steal it. It's not the easiest thing to do, but LeBron is in a good position for it. And... nope.
Whoa.
Nope. Now he just dies.
Ooh, double kill. That is a happy PA right there. Gets the entire treads flying to him. Double kill, Wisdom Rune stolen. This game is suddenly heavily swinging towards our boys here. As Shad. Handscan will be fine.
Well, he Wish coming from the side of his chains. Mr. Luck sees him. They have vision. Spear connects. Sure he is.
Yep. It's finally minced into lots of pieces here. As finally you get a rotation from Adzentic. I guess he's just farming the triangle, waiting for his for the rune spawn.
I really don't like it when pucks are this low on resources. You have your level 6. You should be ready for any kind of dive.
That is true. He's been... yeah, the way he spent his mana there, definitely not optimal, as the rune is going to be bottom side this time. LeBron just keeping it warm with his body.
Yep, no remnant there on the Ember. Very weird. Okay, he's gonna be using it to secure the Illusion Rune. Waning Rift not gonna be that big of a problem. It's a solid Illusion Rune, but not that big of a deal, to be honest.
Yeah, only defensive runes here for Wish, which is why not a lot of rotations really happen just yet. And now Retsu already level 6 will be snowballed and slowed.
Turns around, starts fighting, his damage is being drained, and I think you could have killed him there on the Razor.
Yeah, I agree.
Very interesting choice from Zibe.
Yeah, he was super cautious with the positioning of his static link. I guess it's only level 1, so maybe that's why he felt like he was not gonna sap enough damage for him to get the kill. He does live, but yeah, it just goes back to this hero, like the playstyle of this hero nowadays. It's way more passive than maybe you would expect if you've been out of the game for 3 years. I think Razors used to be way more aggressive.
Yep, you would max out the static link and you would just run forward. That's that was the approach of the hero. LeBron is level 5, and like without those wisdom runes, these Marsbet supports actually have a decent amount of experience. I think the cores recognized it and they're giving them some free experience in the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, and they allow for it, right? Sven doesn't really care. Like, he actually wants to be jungling because he already gets he doesn't get enough farm in the lane. As now there is going to be a rotation here. Smoke play from Marsbet.
Oh, you want the Razor probably, but they're gonna be going for Pablo. Sleight of Fists and Chains connect. He's gonna have a snowball to buy some time, dodge the Cursed Crown, and in the end probably still die to the Sleight of Fist. He actually dodged the coil there, Wish, so very nicely done. This does live Zibe. All alone has his ulti. LeBron cannot come close, but with the Stormhammer and the Fall-Up Chains, it will be a double kill for Wish. He's continuing to crush this game, this series actually, just like he did in the previous game.
He is just playing out of his goddamn mind. He's playing really well, dodging spells that you would never expect to be feasible. And that's a wasted coil, right? It just feels like rest farmers, their timings are all over the place as Hanskin will die. As you said, the supports on the side of Marsbet are going to get 6s before rest farmers, even though they stole the wisdom rune. That almost never happens.
It really almost never happens, but it is what it is. The supports of Marsbet just played a really good early game, and their cores opened up the possibilities for them. That's actually quite nice. Still, Shad is farming quite well. His Battle Fury not too far off on top of the power treads. It's going to be like 12-13 minute Battle Fury. No creeps to jump onto. There will be a Bedlam as well as the Bramble Maze. They're going to try to finish off Shad successfully at that. Hanskin a little bit too late, and without his level 6, the turnaround isn't even there as a potential.
I think the PA had time to pop the Lotus and maybe survive there. I wonder. Maybe he, his read is probably better than mine, but he did have 2 healing Lotuses available to use. That said,
Azantic is dying in the mid lane.
Is he?
Or is he turning it around?
Strong Fairy Dragon.
Oh, that's a dead Fairy Dragon.
Huh. Oh,
Ember might be a dead Ember as well. Nice. Pablo gets him. He might pay with his life, but he got so many levels out of this.
Oh yeah, that is 600 gold right to Pablo's pockets. And if you check Mr. Luck, he's actually going U-Scepter. We kind of talked about the Void Spirit thing, countering Luck, but you can do the same thing with Mars. So you're going to have that U-Scepter to set up the Spear and make sure you punish a lot of those Azantic rotations.
I like this. I was thinking this time around the Mr. Luck is gonna have to go for a bit more of an aggressive tool, and this is kind of both aggressive and defensive. I was thinking Blink Dagger, but Yule's is pretty much just as good.
Yeah,
look at them.
I totally agree.
Look at this.
Will.
Hanskin and LeBron, they're literally right next to each other, and they don't know.
Well, they're gonna go for it.
Has the 9 stack charges.
Omelette time. There is a connection here with Azantic and Mr. Pablito. There are more heroes. Oh, yeah.
Big goes Shadow Realm, and time to terrorize. Does dodge it there on the puck. Egg was used. He's gonna try to do it all on his lonesome. Azantic, you have to run. You have to run right now, or you're just gonna die. The Curse Crown connects on the other side, and the egg does pop with Mr. Luck being part of the fight as well. He gets the kill with the God's Rebuke. Sven gonna be focusing on the Razor. They're now looking towards Hanskin inside of the arena. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and Retsu just deals so much damage, gets slowed down, but there will be a Bedlam to allow him to definitely finish off Zibe. Retsu with just one more hit is gonna be taking him him down. And did you see Shad? He came over to the portal and he's like, nope, I am going back to my lane.
Yeah, he's definitely right in his read. I think they forced that way too much with Atlantic. Like, he was single hitting an egg, being hit by the fire spirits. That's just not gonna happen. I feel like if he instantly orbed away of that egg, there's a way for you to bait those spells out and come back with the coil. But they just committed, and there was no heroes to hit the egg. So a bit of a... Oh my god, Atlantic dodging those light chains here. Very clutch moves from both mid heroes.
That almost never happens that you dodge the slight damage when you're the only unit. Like, it's impossible to do, actually.
You're like, he's gonna press it right now. There you go. Gets it off. PA, how is the battle for you? Oh, it's completed, actually. Very good timing considering he has shreds, but at the same time, they will kill Pablo.
Yeah, Pablo is gone. The Battlefield, as you mentioned, is being delivered. So this PA will finally start farming super fast. I actually think that Shad is having a nice game. Despite him being behind 4 heroes, these are solid timings for a PA.
It really is. Like, he only died once. He got the treads. Like, the difference that it's gonna make when you have treads, it's immense. Like, you get your next item so much faster than when you see those... elf skin PAs just farming with no boots, as they will start to ramp up the pace here. Retsu with his god strength gets a tower. Very nicely done. Oh, they're gonna find Wish here with the coil. Very early coil.
He broke it though, and his Flame Guard didn't even get ran through. It's not even close. Now the turnaround is there. Pablo is gonna get demolished. Puck in the Yules. The spear misses a little bit off the mark, but doesn't matter. Their damage is so insane that they annihilate him in a second. Marsbet are playing clean. Rest Farmers completely helpless.
Yeah, I really feel like Seaba's heroes didn't really enable him to do much both games. Like, first that Doom, now this Razor. Like, he's so far from his BKB. Like, that was supposed... And to be fair, that's supposed to be a better lane, as he will be laned into... I don't have a joke for that. It's just dead.
No need for jokes. These games are a joke for Marsbet. They're literally playing around and winning with ease. They won the previous game in 25 minutes. Now, 16 minutes in, they're 7k gold ahead. They seem to have come insanely prepared into this series.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be. Their drafts were a little bit unconventional, right? I think Willow, not a hero you see that much. Ember, last pick into this game. I wouldn't really trust it, but I gotta say, Wish has been playing out of his mind, and Marsbet as a team, they just look much more cohesive, whereas on the side of Rest Farmers, they're pretty much following their motto. They're farming a lot, but they're not really making enough plays. They're not really... don't seem to know what their plan is, as Shad will be able to blink away, but look at the numbers here in the triangle. They're gonna overwhelm Rest Farmers and push them away.
Things are looking so good for Marsbet, and I don't know when things change for Rest Farmers. Is it just the PA? Are you already putting the faith in your carry?
It kind of is. I guess the Blink on Puck might help. It's just that this Razor doesn't have a game, right? If you're rushing this BKB and you have no place to farm, this PA, this Puck, they're very good at taking resources away from you. In this position, this Razor hero feels like a total burden, as they will find LeBron. Is that a kill they can get? It is.
Barely, though. He had the one charges and the egg. If he gets any of that off, it's a problem. And from the other side, Marsbet are coming. Glimmer Cave from the dark.
Have vision.
Nice, they see him. They want to Wish. That would be a better hero to bring down. But with Arena being in the vicinity, Wish gets himself away. Silence on the Mars. No Arena from him. But look at on the other side what Retsu is doing. Nice snowball there. Just in time. The coil will be amazing. Broken. And he dies in the snowball. Terrorize. Not really connecting on anybody. But that's just because Retsu is bringing everybody down. They're being surrounded, though. Retsu is going to try to kill Zebe. But now being kite it around, and it's all on Wish. He's 1 versus 2, and it doesn't look like he can win. He does have the chains, the sleight of fist fairly soon, but the crits are gonna be amazing in the slide. They're waiting for him to come. LeBron is back to burn you to the ground. Shad will finally lose his life, but not before Rest Farmers turn this fight completely around. Azantic, again, you're playing with your life. If the Fire Spirit connects, it's gonna be a problem, but he doesn't. And Azantic is gonna go for another round of spells. Blink dagger in 5 seconds. LeBron, if you want to live, you better egg up right now. Mars is coming. This could be a nice bait for it. Azantic does get the kill, and no blink on the Mars will mean that the puck does escape. Nicely played. This is what you need to be afraid of, the Azantic puck.
Yeah, that was really good. They kill the Phoenix at the beginning of the fight. They set up that vision in the cliff, and they get a perfect fight, right? The Willow was invis, but rather than jumping the Willow, they actually waited it out to bait Mars in even further. So they're like, all right, Willow is going through with invis. There's no vision here. And once the trap was set, they munch and get so much out of Rest Farmers. Zantic here took so much damage from those Maelstrom procs. They're gonna find a Big Num.
He did get the Glimmer Cape off. Won't allow him to live, though. But yeah, going back to that fight, it does... that's dead Pablo. They'll finish him off. Quite a lot of damage between these two. You know those movies, like The Archers Are Ready? Steady... and then release, right? That's how the bottom fight went, and Rest Farmers releasing at the perfect moment.
Very true. This game is still very even, I think, but at least it depends a lot on this PA. I think this is a game where you cannot die.
First he dodged the silence, then he dodged. Oh, what a jump from the Batrider to eat the spear for his puck, and they still die because the Sven is stupid strong. That was such a cool play.
If I was playing against December, I would think he has like hacks on. Like, the amount of dodges has been insane. And this hero was nerfed to the ground, right? The cast points, all of the animations. This hero is a shadow of what he was able to do, and he's still making this hero look absolutely amazing.
Impressive from them. The Razor gets caught. There's Retsu with a blink. Follow-up stun with a Stormhammer. Poor Razor. He's so close to his BKB. Here comes Wish. Of course, it's my kill. You mortals don't get nothing.
That's another Gleipnir game here for Wish. He is already very close to it. It's going to... Oh, PA is going straight up Kanda. Interesting. Huh.
I mean, you need more damage on the side of Rest Farmers. We saw that fight that they won. It's just because of the positioning. You need to kill people faster. Kanda definitely allows you to do that.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you need damage, you go Desu, but I guess against the Sven, he feels like this magic component's gonna be more bursty than the straight-up Desolator.
And Skin breaks the smoke. Nice. Shadow Realm to dodge the lasso. Now he's the one in trouble with Spear connecting Shadow Realm as well. Tried to go with
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Bowie, is your VMix down?
Might be...
Remix is back. No more radio cast. We are here. Hopefully, you guys didn't miss anything. If you missed that last fight, Marsbet, they won it convincingly, which is being shown in the gold lead. But the fight never...
In game 1, they have a Sven. Well, I mean, the right play is definitely not to use Glyph here. You're not going to defend this no matter what, and there are tier 2s around. But, I don't know, they're losing momentum. This Razor is, honestly, I don't know what you're supposed to do. Like, it's just way too poor.
You're talking about the Tusk, dude, but this Razor, the Zibe's heroes have not done anything in this series, and you know, out of all of these players, he might be the one with the strongest career behind him, actually.
Yeah, well, there's definitely an argument to be made. He definitely played for a fair amount of teams, as they will try and contest this Tormentor here, but they know he gets pinged out. Mr. Luck breaks the smoke, blinks out, beautiful.
Very nice done, but it seems to not be a done fight. Yules on the Mars, there will be a Sunray, Curse Crown, he gets the arena off, and the Spirit, the Egg is on the other side, they got Shad, and the Mars is still alive, the Glimmer Cape will be protecting him, Plasma Field not enough, the stun from the keeping Zibe in place, and they have the follow-up stuns, your BKB is gone, and here comes Mr. Luck to kill his assailant. You wanted him dead, and you're not gonna get him, the blink from the puck, doing it perfectly, but it won't matter in the end. Maybe with the last one, he can finally bring down the Mars, get a consolation prize with the Yules. He's going to be keeping himself alive a little bit longer. Finally, he is dead as Pablo and this Batrider get themselves away, but it is a small price to pay for Marsbet and the victory that they just mounted up for themselves.
Yeah, they're gonna go for Roche now. They still have a decent duration, the God Strength. This game is... Wait, okay. Retsu gives up on the Roche, apparently. Huh. Oh, that's weird. But yeah, they're gonna Roche eventually. It feels like Rest Farmers is aware, but at the same time, they're just way too weak. I think they need to farm a bit more.
Definitely, they need to do it, as Shad is working towards his BKB, but the Roche is gonna be dropping down. You do have the top tier 2. I think that's gonna be the next objective for Marsbet. No reason not to get it.
Yeah, I think a really good thing that Marsbet realized this game is the lack of damage on Rest Farmer, especially when the Razor is so poor. So you have these 2 U-Scepters on the Phoenix that always buy time for... Like, it allows them to keep chasing more targets, but it also buys a lot of time from the burst. Like, Rest Farmers, they want to initiate, lasso someone, coil someone, and kill them. And you don't really get to do that when there's those 2 U-Scepters available. And then you have the mech on top of it, the Sunray. They're just unable to kill anyone. I guess we talked about it in the draft, but Marsbet's still playing beautiful. Like, the U-Scepter first on Mars. Once again, I feel like Mr. Luck, another game where he goes for this slightly unconventional item that totally wins him the game. There you go. That's another cancel on the TP. And this is going to be a dead Pablito.
He's gonna get the snowball off, but will be ending up in another bramble, unfortunately for him. While all this is happening, the Ember is shoving out the top lane, getting some damage into the tower, maybe even catching the puck on the bottom, leaving the Remnant. Very, like, Wish is doing everything as he should.
Yeah. Like, to me, Retsu, like, he played really well both games. When you look at how much space both their offlaner and mid was able to create, like, it feels so good if you're a carry playing with a team like that. Like, all you have to do is show up to the fights, because you already have the catch, they already have the damage, they're already, like, pressuring so much, and all you have to do is make sure you farm and you buy the right items, and, you know, Retsu has been doing just that.
And that's gonna be an MKB for the Sven. So his item choice is on point as well. Doesn't want the Daedalus. He just wants to two-shot this PA and will be able to do it. PA will have the BKB fairly soon, but no level 18 on the menu. BKB from Zibe saves him for the time being. But who's gonna save the tier 3? I guess a Glyph.
Oh, BKB is over now. They have the chains.
Nice 4-staff. Oh, nice call in the backlines. That's 4 heroes caught. You still have the X. You're gonna be kind of fine. Aegis is on the Ember and Retsu is fairly low. Needs to be very careful on this Sven.
Alright, they will at least hold on to their tower here as Rest Farmers still have a couple of cooldowns. They have this ward as well. Maybe they can bait Marsbet in, but I don't think they're gonna fall for this.
Yeah, they're not that crazy on Marsbet to go for it. Do they have a gem on Marsbet? No, that's weird. I think this is a 900 gold investment that makes sure that you cannot lose the game, and for some reason they're not going for it. Okay, I know the reason they're not going for it, because LeBron wants a Hex versus a Puck. So that's the only reason why he hasn't bought it just yet.
Yeah, they're just trying to make sure. I mean, even against that this PA with no BKB, it's going to be very useful as the egg gets dropped and Handscan gets melted.
Pretty much not needed there, to be honest, but he was afraid of a turnaround. Still, when you have a Yules, that's weird either way, though. They will
that's the Vice done, though.
Yep,
that's pretty much LeBron's Vice.
His courier might die. Puck is in the vicinity. Kill the Vice! Kill the Vice or it's gonna kill you, Azantic. Nah, he won't do it.
Yeah, the Parasma, though, done for the Puck, so there's gonna be some extra damage with his Shard, but they're just going high ground here. No Aegis. They do not care. I mean, I'm sorry, they have the Aegis too. This game has been so weird.
Oh, Terrorize there to protect the Mars. He gets the Yules onto Pablo. Arena being there, as well as the Spear. And that's going forward. Zibe, very nice response with the BKB, not to get stunned by the Sven. But even with this coil, they're gonna get their axes. Hex on Zibe. Terrorize as well. Glacier into the backline. Shad with the BKB going in. Shadow Realm protecting. The Dark Will turns around with the Cursed Crown. Though Shad still has the BKB, so he'll be fine. That should be expiring. Jumps in, stuns his buddy, and the follow-up stun from the Sven just in time. Triple kill for Wish. They get the Yules on the Puck. He's the lone survivor. There's only a buyback on this Razor, but nobody cares. They're just gonna continue going forward, getting their axes, and finishing this series in a 2-0 fashion. Rest Farmers, they might not have called GG just yet, but this game is over.
Yeah, it really is. They have this Puck alive. He can definitely do a lot of work, but yeah, still Aegis on Wish. Yes, yeah. I mean, you know, when you have PA, everything is possible, but they are collectively so strong on the side of Marsbad, and I don't know. They're gonna have to really mess up like 4 times at least for this game to be close.
There's the Aegis expiration. Wish, full HP, full mana. He gets his Shiva's Guard delivered. I don't know, Bowie. I guess Rest Farmers, what are they hoping for? Is there a hope for this PA?
Rapier. There you go. Heals it up. It is Rapier time. You need like 7 levels, right? You need to be 25. You need to have that Rapier. And you need to set up a fight where you can constantly poke. That is the problem, though. Like, what? They don't really have a sustained hero that can be in front, right? This Razor? He pops BKB. Once the BKB is down, he cannot do anything. Like, you're so afraid. That's the biggest problem they're facing. You want to have longer fights with this PA Blur, but you don't have the heroes for that.
They're stealing the Tormentor, and the next shard is either the Mars or the Dark Willow, both of which are so hard to deal with. It's gonna be Bignum. Yeah, poor PA. Once your BKB is down, you cannot fight. There's just too many brambles on the ground.
Honestly, I would rather have Shad buying the shard than the Rapier here. I feel like the value you're gonna get earlier from the shard is bigger than the chance of finishing Rapier this game. It really doesn't feel like he has enough time here.
I still don't know why the Fan of Knives deals max health in damage 28%. Like, why? Why does it do so much?
Because you have to make PA viable somehow, and that's the only way.
Like, I do half of your HP and damage. AoE. Like, that's normal every 15 seconds.
And I break. Don't forget the break.
That shard is insane, not gonna lie.
It really is.
But they should probably make it pure damage as well.
Do you think we're gonna see support PA? Oh, speaking of PA, here gets vised up. Where's the spear? There you go. Perfect chain.
I think we see it in this game. It's pretty much not doing core things.
I mean, it's a very farmed support PA, all right? Be gracious to her. As I don't think Ember is going to be gracious to Henskin here. Oh, he's not going to go for it.
I think support PA disappeared as a possibility. 1, no more minus armor orb of corrosion. 2, no more medallion.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way.
Yeah, that's the bad part. But, you know, the shard is really good. And they increased the range on Stifling Dagger in the lane that it kind of... Like, it feels okay-ish, at least. But yeah, well, the corrosion was definitely a big
Bowie,
part.
listen to me. It's a really good thing to go for. Oh, nice Lotus Orb there. It returns the last, so the Sven will be fine. Curse Crown onto the Batrider. There's gonna be so many brambles in that base. So when we play a pub together, Bowie, if I'm on the other side, you pick a PA support, you are gonna win 100%, believe me.
Oh, really? All right. Okay. Thank you so much for always teaching me these things, man. Like,
no problem.
I'm so happy that you're always willing to make me a better player.
Exactly.
Oh,
LeBron, he smoke breaks. He's gonna place a ward. There's the Hex onto the poor Tuscan. Will get taken down. Has a buyback, however, so not the best target to start things off on. Retsu gets a couple of swipes onto the tower. The coil is there. He's just gonna get out of it there. It got broken. Glimmer Cape protect him. Terrorize threatening on the puck. Not really a spell you want to use on this hero. Wish with the Remnant to the left. Gonna get critted up. Silenced up as well. Protected by his teammates. The Lotus Orb is there. Now the Hex on the Tusk. Probably went too far. Has the Force Step to the side. Yules as well to remove it. Gets inside of the brambles. With the Ogre Steel Totem, it seems that Pablo will live a little bit longer. Not for long though. Nope. Burning down to the spirits. Not gonna be enough. Gleipnir on the bat. Still fine. Not over.
They're getting a really good long fight here. Can they continue?
And Lasso finally coming back off cooldown. The Sunray's way too much heals. Mr. Luck, though, doesn't really have that much armor to work with. Stun onto the PA, still has the BKB. The egg will finally come out. Nobody committed. Gleipnir, nice Yule still there on Pablo coming off cooldown. It doesn't mean that he will live. That's the first dieback. Buyback from the Mars wants to rejoin the fight. Will take some time for sure. As the gem is on the ground, Retsu has to be careful. He doesn't have a second life, doesn't have the BKB. No Satanic, no nothing. Losing the damage at the moment, but the other arena, second arena of the fight. Sven has a buyback, wants to do it right now. They can see that they're winning, especially in a 5 vs 3 scenario with the enemies not having their BKBs. Marsbet are coming to end it all. They have that outpost, so they're bringing in the hero super fast into the enemy base. And there it is, Sven with another God Strength. How long was that fight? Like 2 minutes?
Yeah, it was such a long fight. We saw 2 lassos being used. And, you know, that was still one of the best case scenarios here for rest farms. But the Greaves on this Willow, the Lotus Orb, the Sunray Sustain, it's so hard to take these fights, and I am honestly baffled by how well Wish played Ember these 2 games. Sure, it was last pick Ember, but I don't know. I was not a believer of this hero, but he is by far one of the best specialists I've seen playing this hero recently. Just absolutely incredible every game.
Oh, Wish is so bored. They cut all the waves versus Mega Creeps, actually. That's fun.
Yeah, I mean, Marsbat, if they take this, they are pretty much guaranteed for the second stage, right? Am I wrong?
I don't think so.
Not
They lost
really,
2-0.
actually.
They lost 2-0 versus Yellow Submarine, but we are guaranteed for an interesting ending of Group B. That's what's guaranteed.
Sure, CB guaranteed death.
Yeah, pretty much. Wish is beyond godlike. Wish is a god. A titan of Dota.
He played so well, and like so many dodges. He's just aggressively the entire time. 15-2 this game. You just gotta give it to him. Like, I was not a believer. I will never doubt Wish's Ember ever again.
Don't you dare. Like, fast forward a couple of days, you're just gonna forget about it, and you're gonna see an Ember like, no, Ember, I don't like it. The hero is in a bad spot. And then again,
or I'm gonna hype it up, and he's gonna play the worst Ember game of his life.
Yeah, that one seems more plausible. Actually, happens to us quite often.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, and that's against, you know, Rest Farmers, the team that we did had as favorites. That I think I said it, that I would be impressed if Marsbat 2-0s this, and that's exactly what they're doing. So far, that Rapier Still needs about 3,000 gold for Shad. He at least got his 20. Still needs so much time.
Yep, and you're versus Mega Creeps, right? So it's not like this changes this insane problem that you have. Also no buybacks. You're versus the Aegis Cheese. Will Marsbet risk it to go when they don't have their buybacks? I think you do, right? It should be a pretty straightforward win fight for you.
I think, yeah. Even if you somehow lose everyone, like there's tier 2 towers in every single lane. So you're with that draft, they really are not gonna do that much. But look at that Rapier also queued up on the puck. If they win this fight, we could see double Rapier on Rest Farmers.
That and potential victory.
Yeah.
Arcane Rune on Wish. So, okay, the expire. He's level 25, however, so the double Sleight of Fist is there. The first tier 4 is dead. You don't have the glyphs, Sleight of Fist chains. Pablo has the Yules, has protected him quite a lot of times. Goes to the side with the snowball. Will survive, but the Mega Creeps are in. Rest Farmers, they need to smoke, find a nice engagement. Very nice positioning from Marsbet, not to get multi-man called.
No glyph.
Oh, the Yules. No, last for you. Okay, there's the multi-man call. Now the stun onto the battery. That is a dieback. Pablo next on the menu. No Yules this time around. They call GG. They understand that this fight, game, and series has been lost.
Oh, yeah. Very pristine game from Marsbet. Not a lot of mistakes. Very proactive. Very inventive with the draft as well. Not like blindly following the meta. They're picking up heroes that they like and that work for them. I am honestly very impressed. I think not only the fact that they won 2-0, but the way they did. It felt like almost there was never a point where they could have turned this game around past minute 15.
Yep, so we saw two 2-0s today. Yellow Submarine versus NextUp, Marsbet versus Rest Farmers, and Nemiga versus Green Esports is not going to be played. As we mentioned, Green Esports forfeited that match versus Nemiga. Hopefully tomorrow they're going to be able to play, but Nemiga get a 2-0 victory as well. Bowie, tomorrow we're going to have Marsbet versus Nemiga, Green Esports versus Yellow Submarine, and NextUp versus Farmers here to end our group stage. But I have to say, this group B that we see on our screen has been a lot more interesting than group A.
Yeah, and I think the most important match, at least to me, tomorrow is going to be Marsbet and Nemiga, because now if this 2-0 win, Nemiga is 1 point below, so they kind of have to 2-0 Marsbet there, or else Marsbet could really solidify their position in group B. I think next up, Farmers, I do have my favorites for who's going to take that, although Farmers did disappoint a little bit today. And yeah, Green Yellow Submarine could have implications, but it all depends also on Marsbet and Nemiga, right? Because if Nemiga loses 2-0, then Yellow Submarine can surpass them, whereas Yellow Submarine can only tie with Marsbet because they already have 6 points.
I'm gonna give you my predictions, and it's gonna just make everything quite clear here. So it is gonna be Yellow Submarine winning 2-0 versus Green. I think they're the clear favorites. I'm pretty sure Rest Farmers are winning 2-0 versus NextUp, putting them higher up as well. Yeah, so, and Marsbet Nemiga is going to be a 1-1. You'll see. It is going to be a 1-1, so there might be a battle for second and the third, but I don't think that is even played, but we'll go through the rules tomorrow with the viewers. So I'm thinking we're going to get our first and second and third spot tomorrow. I think that's the most obvious way that these games are going to go. I don't know if you have some different thoughts about it.
I think I agree with the 2-0s. Marsbet and Nemiga, I think, can go either way. So, you know, Marsbet, especially after this series, I wouldn't be surprised to see them taking it 2-0. Although, yeah, who knows what's going to happen. There's a lot of Dota yet to be played, but it all culminates tomorrow. That's when our Group B is going to be settled, unless there's tiebreakers. And then we're going to have the second stage of the tournament that has the BO3s, which I love, honestly. Just having those closer and having the meta developing throughout the series is awesome.
We are coming closer to the end of the group stage of this tournament, and then coming closer to the first round of the regional Dota 2 series tournaments. We had Southeast Asia, we had Latin America. Now we are gonna be done with the group stage in Europe at least, and the end of this tournament is on the horizon. So guys, be here tomorrow to find out what the standings of Group B will be looking like. And of course, we are gonna be back here at 14 CET. Until then, have a nice day, good night wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you tomorrow at 14. Bye bye.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.